just heard Anastasia, or Anastasia, depending on how you want to pronounce it, from Avernus Sadness demo from 1994. This is the Hidden 90s Death Doom Part 1, curated by Albert Mudrian. I'm Mark.
I'm Jason. Hello. Okay. Um, yeah. So we just heard Avernus, and no, Mark, it's not an Avernus episode for people who maybe were like, wait, what? What's happening here? As
Yeah.
great as Sadness and Chicago Doom was, with November's Doom and
Trouble.
Ember and I'm trying to think who else. What was the one we interviewed him for Eclipse? Um, Oh boy, start with a G. Gray Skies Fallen. They were kind of around
Oh,
in that
those
era
guys,
too.
yeah. Yeah.
Yep. But really like kind of a nucleus of an idea that came from our good friend Albert Mudrian, who most people know, I think, who have been long-term Requiem listeners, is the editor-in-chief of Decibel Magazine, also the author of Choosing Death, which is kind of like in a lot of ways, that Choosing Death book kind of one of the nucleuses of that kind of got us to think about curating metal history again, when it came out, kind of influenced, I think, what we're doing today a bit.
I think that,
Scholarship.
and I mean, that it started Decibel Magazine
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
for all
So,
intents and
and,
purposes, and the whole,
and
I think
Decibel's
that,
Hall of
and,
Fames,
yeah,
kind of capturing that history and narrative and stuff like that.
I
But
think that and the Swedish death metal book were the two
yeah,
kind of first early kind of rumblings of, what we have now of, I have a whole bookcase
scholarship.
of
Yeah,
scholarship on
yeah.
metal, extreme
Yeah,
metal.
so
So,
but like Albert sort of reached out to me, boy, it was probably almost a year ago. I think he emailed both of us and was kind of like, "Hey, gents, I was just kind of, listening to a Requiem episode and was kind of thinking of a cool idea. Like um, you know, we, we we're all really sort of deep nerds with Death Doom, especially 90s era. That's like kind of a sweet spot that we share with Albert. We share it with Chris Dick, who is also a Decibel writer and obviously friend of the podcast and great friend of Mark and I growing up. And it's kind of that like sweet spot where, regardless of some of our other opinions on other things, like we all sort of love the Peaceful Three and Catatonia, especially the early stuff, and the other bands that are kind of like Morphus and just that kind of idea of like moody, melancholic, death metal-y doom. It's like kind of I don't know, it's just a really nice. Not it's a warm spot for us, even though the music's pretty fucking bleak and depressing sometimes. But
sure, yeah,
yeah,
it was, I don't know, it was just one of those outside of, Swedish death metal. It was like probably the next biggest
yeah,
kind of like, if you even want to call it a subgenre. This is a pretty broad net that's cast in this episode. But yeah, anything that was morose, and especially when you're a teenager, some of the stuff lyrically doesn't age as well um, as I would have expected. But someone God, what's this stupid band? Um, the Velvet Darkness They Fear, Theater of Tragedy,
oh, theater tragedy,
like stuff
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, like a lot of the Beauty and the Beast stuff, and um, I don't know, some of that stuff just does not age well,
I
and it
guess
was
I would put
all
that more
Paradise
in like
Lost's fault.
the gothic doom sort is so I don't know if there's like a textbook definition for death doom. Obviously, I think there's a lot of different shades of it, but I guess you could dance over, because again, Paradise Lost danced over there with gothic, and there's some other bands that certainly had the female vocals, but I think it's the way Theater of Tragedy used them that's different than most of the stuff that we're going to be playing. But you could throw them in this if you wanted to. It's kind of
As far as the
debatable,
era and the some
for
of the
sure, the
aesthetic,
era.
and
Yep. Yep.
Crematory was kind of doing a similar thing too, but um,
Buddha Coil in Italy, a little bit later in the 90s,
yeah, that's a band I can never get behind, but I know they have
I
a
actually
very
like
large
them
following.
more when when it's just her. I actually prefer it, it's
Oh, I
like
would too, because I think that guy sucks.
yeah, he's never been like one of my favorites. So
He's never brought a
whenever,
whole lot to it. He looks like a dingling, and
yeah,
I don't know. It seems like he's just kind of like, well, I'm a founding member, so I'm going to stick around, even though like I forget what her
it's
name
just
is. Christina's like,
Christina
yeah,
Scabia.
like
Yeah.
a million times more talented than he is.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because like I said, there would be like an occasional like certainly in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was like occasional Lacuna Coil song that I was like, ah, that's really good, and then he would like come in and like kind of ruin it. I'm like, ah, damn it,
Yeah,
just like let
especially when he
her
stopped
fucking
doing
do
death
her
metal
shit.
vocals.
Yeah, ugh, that's rough. Like a
Just
rough
kind of like
transition.
romantic talking or something. It's just,
Something weird.
ugh.
Yep. But yeah, so it's all four of us will be sort of joining in the joy of this episode. I had a chance to talk to Albert and Chris this summer because I knew once school hit and with you having a young child, I was like, I got some free time, summer's off, so I'll kind of bank some episodes. So Albert will make references to things that clearly have already happened. Like probably the Decibel 20th anniversary concert and a few other things, but. I think
Yeah.
he even jokes. He's like, "That's definitely going to have happened by the time this episode comes out." So just realize that when I talked to those guys was a few months ago, But I thought it'd be fun to have those guys come to the party alongside because I think it's a when the four of us get together, it's definitely a topic we nerd out about and talk about like Swedish death metal.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we
so
had Albert for, I don't know how long for Evoken.
yeah, for sure. Yep.
He had like two beers and was so
Yes.
tired. He's
Yeah.
why, how can you guys do this?
I know.
That was
But
Hamtramck Kitchen, I think, was,
that was the Hamtramck
yeah.
Kitchen. I know. It was during our American Doom series that we got
Yeah.
Albert for Funeral Doom. So, because everybody's going to be joining the party, this is going to be more conversational, not so much, research based. I mean, there's a few tidbits on the backstory on a couple of the bands, but it's not going to be as encyclopedic as some of the things that we have done in the past, which is, just more lighthearted. And I think one of the things that's kind of cool about this one,
It's a potpourri
um,
show, really.
yeah, it's really a potpourri show,
You're
but it was
coming
kind of
back
fun
after
because,
it's, you've all these good feelings from the holidays, and
yeah,
now we're gonna,
exactly.
drown those a little bit with,
Well, it's perfect winter music. That's where
yeah,
you're gonna get is some wintry, melancholic beauty at times through some of this stuff. But I think too, like it's this allowed for maybe not so much in part one, but a lot of the bands because this will be a two-part thing because it just got pretty expansive and some of this music can be a little bit like exhausting, depending on which set list we're kind of listening to
yeah,
because it can be pretty bleak and repetitive and it toes the line with some funeral stuff. But just discovering some bands that I maybe knew about or forgot about or rediscovering a band or getting like a new sense of appreciation because it's like something I haven't pulled out in 20 years or
yeah,
even Albert kind of commented on that. He's like, some of the stuff like I knew at the time, some of it I discovered years later. It just and so for people that are Death Doom fans, and there are, I'm sure, a lot of Requiem people out there, especially with the drinking games related to Paradise Lost and Catatonia that have been created. I'm hoping that there's some diamonds in the rough here for people, and that people then will discover something that they've never heard, or only a band they've heard of, and get some context, and be like, you know what, I'm kind of ready to like appreciate this. Maybe I wasn't in 1995 because there was so much other stuff going on.
yeah,
Um, so it'll be cool and it'll be fun to get your perspective because this is sort of the sweet spot that you and Chris were doing the Requiem zine. So some of this stuff probably passed through or was
yeah.
stuff you
Ended
cared about or not cared about or
97, I think. It's
what's
97,
that?
98. I think the magazine ended 97 or
It was
98.
97. Yep. Yep. It was 90, like
And
late
you'll be
97,
happy to
early 90.
know that there is something I've never heard on this playlist before that I very much enjoyed.
Good. Yeah, I figured there was. I think I have a guess as to what it is, but I'll
It's
withhold
later on the
judgment.
show. Yeah.
Yeah, if I was to guess, I would say it might end the show.
I
That's kind
think
of what.
you might have nailed it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's because it's great. I mean, even yeah, we'll get there. So, but what you just heard, and then we'll sort of get into the rigmarole of Requiem business. But before we get too far along the line, that was Avernus, and a lot of the stuff we're going to be listening to is going to be overseas, at least in this episode. We
Out of
do return
Norway.
back to America.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one kind of like I tried to organize them geographically, so like this one leans pretty heavy Norway wise, but when we get to part two, we get a little more diverse in Europe. But the Sadness demo came out in 1994, and they were this sort of like grim, I don't know, like kind of a sepulchral sort of style death doom, found in 92. At the core were two guys named Rick McCoy on vocals and Rick Yifrak on drums. He's a pretty unique drummer.
Hmm.
And you had Tony Volpe on bass, I think it's Kiki and Robert Franco as the two guitar players, and they were around for the demo, and this became the demo, but Anastasia sort of became kind of the feature song. I think they actually did a video for it, if like the research I kind of found,
The video or a
um,
single or something. I mean, it
something.
was
But
kind of
this,
the. It was cool because it was the only like all this doom we were listening to at the time was all mostly all European, and for these guys to do something that sounded like it's like a cousin of My Dying Bride or something
yeah,
was like pretty awesome to because we were kind of starved for a lot of this stuff stateside.
I was gonna ask you, like, this, what was what was going on with, did this, I feel like I first read about Avernus in Requiem. That was where I first heard about them. So this seems like because of the geography, were they a band that you and Chris kind of paid a little bit more attention to because of their presence in the Midwest? Or I'm just kind of
It
curious.
could be. I don't remember if we ever saw them live. They might have. I don't know if they ever played a Milwaukee Metal Fest or anything like that. Um, I'm
Like I saw
assuming
them
that
at
Chris
Milwaukee.
probably got it from. It might have been like a thing with like Dan Zadar, who was a long
Mm,
term like tape trading friend of Chris's, and I've known him for years and years.
yeah.
It might have been something from him. I don't remember. I just remember it was definitely a novelty that oh my God, this is so close, and like what was going on in Chicago at the time,
Yeah.
extreme metal wise, and let alone doom. Like Trouble started out there, but like this is not Trouble.
Oh, no. I mean,
So
this
this
is
is like
straight out of
exactly
the,
what we wanted to hear.
yeah, this is right out of the British Doom scene that
Yeah,
was so influential. Like you said, My Dying Bride and Paradise Lost and Anathema. They were kind of, the so-called Peaceful Three, which most it's kind of a shitty term at this point, but um, I mean, it was crushing, beautiful. It had some female vocals kind of mixed in, really fantastic rhythm section, which is really reminiscent of a lot of those peaceful bands.
yeah.
Um,
Samples.
yeah, interesting samples. I mean, do you think that did this demo, like you guys were kind of plugged in '94, or did this kind of get some traction, curiously, in the underground scene, or was it just seen as just kind of a typical demo?
I don't know. I don't know if the scene in general. I don't think we really knew. It was a pretty small outside of tape trading. I think it was kind of. Chris could probably remembers better than I do, but um, we were excited about it, and that's kind of all that really
Sure. Yeah,
mattered
yeah.
to us. And I don't remember if it was kind of like our discovery, and that's why we really pushed it. I don't know if we interviewed them or not.
Like there was a review or some kind of interview in like
There's at least a
Requiem 5,
review.
I think maybe. I think it was in Requiem 5. I forgot to
I
pull
don't
them
know.
out and look, but
I'll have to figure that
yeah.
out.
But anyways, I thought it was kind of fun to start a show with something that seemed like kind of an anomaly, right? And
Yeah.
I guess the conversation that you'll hear in some of the interviews that are coming up in this first set with Albert is just this conversation about like, w- you know, was it just the state of American metal that this stuff wasn't like as popular as what was going on in Europe? Like why were Avernus such a like an anomaly? I mean, you didn't have a lot of bands that were doing this in the States. Did you guys
No,
have
I
theories
think
on that? You think it was just how,
I think it was so
I don't know.
small. Like Europe had more of a pedigree of metal, I think,
Yeah.
for like underground kind of stuff. So like, Peaceful already existed. Like metal labels in the US were still kind of, you know, riding on thrash and some post thrash stuff, but I don't think this was like interesting enough for I mean, I don't know if who put the did they were they on God, what was that label that had like cyanide and
Oh,
I think they might have licensed like the At the Gates record.
Futurist,
No, there was
or
like
I know the late, like, oh my God, I
they
kind of
licensed a bunch of stuff.
think I could
Like,
kind of MIA Records. That's who put out the Of the Fallen. I don't know who put this out. They put out the single. Maybe it
yeah,
was just
I don't
independent.
remember. But there was it was
Yeah.
just over here it seemed like it was much more of like a licensing European stuff because the import section used to be king. Um I don't know, I think it was still kind of in its infancy back then
Hmm.
in the States because you'd have European bands come through, but outside of like, Autopsy, Repulsion, Death, like there wasn't a whole lot.
I mean, you had all
Stuff on
the
Roadrunner, I guess, but
yeah, you had the
yeah.
Roadrunner stuff, the immolations and
Especially by
incantations.
'94, but
Yeah. Are you thinking of
Doom didn't really have
Grindcore
much of a
Records?
presence. Grind, yeah,
Gre-
that's what it was.
Grindcore? Yeah. Yep. I remember I have like a grindcore comp that someone found at a gas station dollar store for me. And it has like fucking at the gates on. It's so weird. It's like not
Yeah,
worth money, but it's like such a random kind of gem, of art. But
yeah.
yeah,
No,
so
I think that subgenre is just I don't know if people. I think the United States went for death metal, and if it didn't sound like Florida, if it didn't sound like it didn't have that kind of like New York aesthetic. I can't think of a whole lot of doom bands in the States
we're
that were
doing
in the
like
extreme
Doom
metal
with
thing.
death. Yeah, the
Yeah,
death Doom kind of combo.
yeah.
Um, how does this hold up for you? Just out of curiosity. I kind of found that I still enjoyed Anastasia, even though I
I
hadn't
think it
listened
holds
to it
up.
for a long
It holds
time.
up pretty good. I think is what really surprised me is that Rick's voice reminds me of Gott's
Yeah,
from
a little bit. Yep.
Death Evocation. That
Yep.
very enunciated but really guttural,
Yeah. It's a
vocal
good
thing.
call. I wouldn't have
Uh,
never thought of GOTS on that one. So, and they're like recently they kind of reemerged. I remember reading about this in Decibel, and you were just kind of talking about the cover. And did you listen to any of the new stuff
yeah, I
like
listened to
the
like three
Avernus put
songs.
out?
They've got some videos on YouTube and stuff, and it
Okay.
sounds solid. I mean, it sounds like they're picking up exactly where the demo left off. Like very little. I don't. There might have been a little bit of spoken words, but or spoken stuff there, but there was mostly like death metal vocals, which I feel like I don't know. There's not a whole lot of bands doing this anymore, so I kind of appreciate the purity of going back to just like death metal singing and doom.
Yeah, not everybody has like the Nick Holmes clean vocals to in their back
Yeah,
pocket. You know what I mean?
or like
So,
Aaron's like weird My Dying Bride thing that he does.
yeah,
Like
the mournful cry
yeah,
kind of
there's not a whole
voice.
lot of the agony vocals or something. It's like
Hmm.
it's really kind of hit and miss. And a lot of the time it's more miss I find um, than hit with a lot of that stuff. So it feels nice just to hear, okay, they're just going back straight to their roots, just doing solid songs in this very specific genre.
Yeah, no, so I just like I said, they kind of don't fit anywhere. So I was like, they're a perfect band to start a potpourri show off with and kind of
Yeah.
recenter us in America before we kind of fly the coop overseas and stuff. But
Hmm.
I guess before we get into it, there's some kind of big, fairly big announcements that we should let Requiem people know about. One is your book is fully out. I know that there are some patrons that have talked about the art book in our little Patreon, Facebook sort of chat group and stuff like that. But I mean, you got to go to Denver in early December for the Decibel Beer and Metal Fest that's out there and kind of talk about it. So yeah, how are
Yeah.
things
I
going with
did.
that?
The Dead Sky Publishing flew me and Lisa both out, which was very generous. And we had a little signing one of the days. I think it was right before, was it before Sear Thungul or I don't remember. But
Mm.
it was, there's a lot of people that were like, for my level of notoriety, I felt very seen and appreciated. So that was great. And you can get, the book is available anywhere books are sold. You can get on Amazon, Barnes and Noble. Profane Creations, The Metal Art of Mark Rudolph, available now. If you look,
Sweet, man.
I don't know if you can set up alerts on Amazon, but I was just out of curiosity a couple days ago. I was looking up the book, and it
Huh?
went from 49.99 to 34 for one day.
Huh?
So I don't know
Weird.
what that's about, but I'm going to be getting some more.
Does that impact you at all, or you've already
No,
been paid for your part, right? So it's just
well,
doesn't matter.
I've been paid in advance, and then you get paid points
Okay,
off of
got it,
when it
got it.
sells. But I'm going to be doing something like a very small scale thing where I think I might do like a book plate. I might only do like 20 of these. Um, so I'm gonna probably do that at some point. But for now, yeah, if people are interested in that, go for that. And I've also it's already been leaked, but the or leaked, it's been announced is that I'm working on a Repulsion oral history of Repulsion book that'll be out probably next year.
Sweet, man. Yeah, you've
But for
been
this
kind of
show, the most exciting thing is that we're co-sponsoring
the
the Decibel
decibel,
Fest
decibel. Yeah,
or the
yep.
Decibel Tour with
Tour.
Mayhem. That's
Yes.
kind of like a make good from COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, so Mayhem and Mortice and Imperial Triumphant and my God, I just forgot. I was just talking about how I fucking love these guys.
Oh, the new Skeletal Faces.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Yeah, that's a band I didn't really know about. Kind of like a Unto Others kind of vibe to them in certain ways, like some
Yeah.
post-punk kind of things going on. And that's kind of just a lot of the music I've been listening to, I think has been post-punk. So like that kind of scratched an itch for me. But I'm excited, we're to meet Mortiz in person because he was a participant in our Venom series, and
Oh,
we
that's
had,
right. Yeah.
I had some good interviews with him. He's a really super nice guy, and just
Very
wanted to thank him
knowledgeable.
for being part of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. All that, I don't know how much I'm into like, that kind of dungeon synth stuff, but I think it'll probably be entertaining at the very least. It'll be interesting. And
Yeah.
Mayhem always puts on a really interesting show. So
Oh,
does
they'll
Imperial
be great.
Triumphant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish
So
they would be doing the Mayhem 40 where they're pulling all these old guys out to play with them, but
uh, yeah.
that's not feasible.
No, unfortunately, some of those guys don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so that'll be cool. So check out that tour. Hopefully coming to an American city near you. I don't think there's no
Coming to
international portion to it.
Detroit for only the second time.
I know, I
Last
know.
time was
Thanks,
with
Albert.
Tane. Yeah.
Thanks, Albert.
I
So
mean,
we agree.
we had to co-sponsor to get something in our
That's
state, you know?
that's what Nick Green from Decibel in the chat that we have was like, is this how you grease the wheels to make sure that there was a Detroit date with Albert? So I was like, maybe, who knows? Who
Mayhem
knows?
does
So
pretty well in Detroit.
yeah, that's where we've seen them quite a few times there.
Yeah.
So
Seen the St. Andrews and
Detroit's
stuff.
weird because they love like kind of like theatrical black metal. Like Watane's always hit really well here.
Hmm.
Mayhem's always hit really well in
Tribulation.
Detroit. Tribulation. Yeah, so I don't know, that's like I don't know what that says about Detroit, but like if there's like a blood ritual, like we're into it, but
Yeah.
fuck it,
Well,
it's
and they're doing
good.
a
So
larger venue too. They're doing the Majestic.
yeah,
So
it's
like, I
gonna be
think
fun.
the last show I saw there was Sun or something. Sun and Dinosaur Jr. So it's a larger venue for Mayhem.
Majestic next to Magic Stick.
Yeah.
That okay.
I think we
Did
saw
we
John
see
Carpenter there.
We did, and I think we saw Morbid Angel and
Morbid Angel, Carcass, Tribute
yep,
or Triptychon.
Pecan. Yeah.
This is
Yep. 1349.
2007.
Yeah. It's been
Yeah.
a hot minute, but yeah, that's gonna be fun. So yeah, so that's a pretty big announcement for us. And also I think, if anyone's going to the Beer and Metal Fest in Philly, Mark and I should be there as well. And I'll be at
Oh yeah.
MDF. Not sure, I might be kind of running solo there, but that's okay. So
You won't be
I
solo.
needed to.
You got buddies there.
I'll be, yeah, but like you and Chris won't be there probably. Chris maybe will
Uh,
be there. He hasn't decided
we
yet.
will be
But
making me and Lisa and her brother and sister-in-law will be making an appearance at Milwaukee Metal Fest for the first time since at Eagles Ballroom at least for the first time since 1997.
it's pretty wild for you.
Yeah.
That Milwaukee Metal Fest at the Eagles Ballroom, ladies and gents who are new to Requiem, is Mark and I's origin story.
Yeah.
I met him like as he like I knew Chris already, and Mark pulled up in his little Toyota, and we got in and drove to Milwaukee together. And that was like I knew who Mark was, but I hadn't met him in person because I think you were working at Relapse and weren't around a whole lot when I first started
Yeah.
hanging out with Chris.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, that'll be fun
We'll
for
see
you.
how it
I
is. I would hope it's better run than it used to be.
can't be worse than what Jack was doing.
No,
So
as long as they got this big
um,
fans up,
yeah.
it would be all right.
Let's see. Last time we had a little Christmas hang.
Yeah.
Chris and Mark and I got the Cobra Terradrome for Mark for kind of his birthday slash Christmas gift and stuff. So,
I think
um,
there's a picture. I think it's on Instagram. I don't remember now.
yeah, floating around of the three of us and stuff. So that was
Yeah.
good. You know, um, I went last weekend and saw Dokken, um, April Wine, who actually crushed it.
Good.
Who else did I see? Warrant and Steelheart.
Oof.
Yeah.
What was
Um,
Steelheart's big hit?
I'll Never Let You Go, where he hits
Okay.
that fucking really high note. And
Did they
what I
start with
realized,
it or did they end with it?
they end it with it, yeah.
Okay.
But what I realized is when that was happening, I was like, I remember reading an interview that I think like that was what inspired Swano and Michael to call their band Steel and hit those absurd notes. So I was like, maybe Steelheart has like a lasting, like weird underground legacy within death metal
Is it
in
the original
Sweden or something.
singer?
Yeah, he went for it. I mean,
Okay,
he did okay.
tried.
He looked like kind of a putz. He looked like a guy that's like really living off past glory, and I'm like, I
Yeah,
felt kind of bad for him. Um,
and then
Speaking of
Don
living off
slowly
past
got
glory, Don
got better
Dokken,
as he went.
yeah, Don Dokken was rough, and I
Oh
there was the
man,
way he was moving on stage, Mark. He made Mick Mars seem like agile, like it was bad,
how
dude.
bad
I
was
turned.
the banter in between? Did you like, okay, you could stop this any minute now, like because he goes on for so long?
There's some of that. I will say this. I think Don has some beef with Japan. Um, he
The band
just
or the country?
no, the country.
Okay,
He definitely had like I think he was trying to endear himself to the Flint audience, which is where we saw him, Flint, Michigan. And speaking of repulsion,
yeah,
um, and he was like, "Yeah, you guys used to have all these jobs here, and they all fucking went to Japan." I'm thinking, well, that was like
40 years ago.
35 years ago.
Yeah,
Most of them go to like Mexico. Like I was like, Don, you're like not, I don't know. And some drinking people would be like, "Yeah, fuck Japan." I was like, "Oh my God, this is like fucking
you know what Fuji
stupid."
stands for is fucked up Japanese import, guys.
Yeah, man. Like
Like, come on, how
this
beyond
is not
that?
a Michael Keaton movie in 1985, Gung Ho or whatever. I was like, what's going on right now?
Yeah,
So that was a
the
little,
less people talk about politics and music in these kind of avenues, like
yeah,
most everybody sounds fucking stupid. Whatever they're
it,
talking about, just sing your stupid songs, get off
exactly.
the
Yep.
stage. Like,
It's not like, I
unfortunately,
mean,
Don did such a that last Dokken record. I think is one of their, the best of the last 30 years.
it's really
And
good. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know
And
if they
it's
even
right in his
played anything
range.
off it. Yeah,
They did not. No,
they
it
didn't
was,
play
it
anything
was,
off it at all.
no, it was definitely a greatest hits kind of thing.
Okay,
Yeah. So, which
that's
is
unfortunate.
whatever.
That
At
record's
this
like
point,
80%. I think really good.
I didn't want him to die on stage, dude. That's like what I was like. I turned to Luke, a buddy of ours. I was like, he might not make it off stage. Like we were all like, what's going on right now? So
He was
he
not that
warmed
bad
up,
last when
but
I saw him with Lynch. He was not as bad as those videos you sent. That
oh
was
man, I don't
cringy.
know what's going on with him. So I felt pretty bad. But April Wine crushed, man. Talk about consummate professionals.
Yeah.
So yeah, they fucking killed it. Played Sign of a Gypsy Queen. I was super happy. So
This was at the
uh,
Flint Hockey Arena.
yes, Flint Hockey Arena, man. So,
Okay.
and Warren was good. The new guy that replaced Janie Lane. It's the second time I've seen him. They're a good show.
Pretty good.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I
Is
really
the
only
rest of the
care
band
about
the
like.
same?
Yeah. I think it's almost all the original dudes except for Janie Lane. So
Okay.
that's
The guy, the big
that.
eyebrow guy that's a bass player.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's bald. Well, one of the dudes is bald now. I think one of the
Oh,
guitar players lost all his
okay. If
hair.
that guy's bald, that's sad, man. Because
Yeah, I think it's one of the guitar players, not the big eyebrow guy.
it
So
happens.
it
Those guys are
happens
in
to the
their
best of
probably
us
close
too.
to 60.
Oh yeah, at least 60. I mean,
Yeah.
those guys started like 83, 84. You know what I mean? So they had a good
Yeah.
like 10 years on you and Chris, I feel like, so
Yeah.
at
Probably.
least, you
Yeah.
know. But,
Yeah. Don's
yeah, so that's
69 or 70.
what's that?
Dawkins 70, I think.
Oh, yeah, he's old. So 71, 72. We looked it up at the
Okay.
concert because I was like, if he's gonna die, I want to know how old he is.
Well, he's still fucking smoking cigarettes like a dipshit. Like,
Yeah,
dude, you're a
he
singer and you're that old and you're smoking cigarettes. Like, come on.
not taking care of himself, and
No.
that's the saddest part. And like you could almost feel the secondhand embarrassment for the other guys on stage. They played their asses off, the other three guys, and
Yeah.
I was like, man, that you can only carry that so far. And whoever the bass player is, it's not Pilson, obviously, but
No.
he was doing a lot of the like the vocal parts and stuff. And I was like, he should just fucking sing at this point. But Don needs to either step away with his ego and let somebody else sing. He can like hand the keys over if somebody wants to call it Dokken, but I know he won't. So
No.
because he's just like that's always been his pain in the ass, personality. So that's why him and Lynch didn't get along because I think they were just butting heads all the time about that kind of shit. So
Well, even when we saw him with Lynch, it was like, Dokken with George Lynch, he played 3 songs.
yeah, that's it. I
He
know.
played them very well. He's that dude's in incredible shape. But yeah, it's sad. But yeah,
Yep.
Don's record output is great, but live, I don't know. He's just got to use a backing track or just play newer stuff. Like honestly, that new record, I think they could have played 3 songs off it and it wouldn't sounded as bad.
I think they could have, but not to that crowd. That crowd
That
was
crowd
like
wants what it wants.
that
Yeah.
was a greatest hit. Like I would have appreciated it, but like I mean, the two of the teacher guys I went with, the one guy Carlson that went to Kiss with us, um, like like his knowledge of that stuff is, I mean, he knows like the hits, but he doesn't know anything that they did sort of after that for the most part. But like
Yeah.
we're on the car ride there and he was like, "Who's the band that's opening up? I don't even fucking heard of them." I was like, "You mean April Wine?" I said, "I think they're not opening up. I think they're headlining." He's like, "Who the fuck are they?" I'm like, "You've heard April Wine songs before, dude." And I
Yeah,
played
they've been on
Just
the
Between
radio.
You and Me and blah blah. He's like, "They're huge in Canada, like, huge, blah blah." And it was like a running joke the whole time. He's like, "No, fucking Simon and Garfunkel wrote that song." And he was just like, he's like, "That's a fucking Kansas song. That's not a real like." So like the running joke the whole time was like, sounds pretty good for a Kansas cover and shit. So, like, but again,
Jeez.
they were great. They sounded fucking like on it. So
That's good.
that was good.
All right,
But
out of curiosity, how much are those tickets?
oh boy, 50.
Okay, that's not bad for four bands.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it was the band I want the band I cared the most about was the most disappointing, so that was kind of a kick in the dick. But
Yeah.
I'm
I
making
get to
up
hear
for it
Cherry
by
Pie and probably
they
all hit
they
sets
played
from
Uncle
Warrant.
Tom's Cabin, so that's all like that's
That's
always
your
that's
favorite.
that's the one, man. Yeah, that in heaven they
Uncle
fucking
Tom's Cabin.
Down Boys is always a
Oh yeah, man.
good time.
Yeah.
Where the Down
Dirty
Boys go,
Rotten
Mark.
Filthy Stinking
Yep,
Rich. I love that record when it
exactly.
came out.
Yeah. So Warren hasn't aged as well as some of those bands because they didn't have like killer guitar solos and shit. So it's like, I don't know. At a certain point, you just kind of listen to like loud pop music. That's kind of what a lot of that stuff was, or like,
Yeah,
you know,
really, that's about it.
just kind
Yeah.
of like medium hard rock. Yeah, it's fine. Unless you have like somebody like Lynch just fucking shredding. It's like some of that stuff. I don't know. It's weird. Like Rat at least had like fucking killer riffs, that were like
Yeah.
dirty and nasty and shit.
Yeah, they're
So
sleazy. Like Warrant
yeah.
was kind of like, there were a little bit of everything.
Yeah, they're kind of like medium,
Like
like
Cherry Pie was
vanilla.
kind of sleazy, but was it,
Yeah, but it
like,
was like so dumb that you almost were like, "What the fuck is this song?"
yeah, it was an
But
arena anthem. It was trash.
yep. But I did to make up for Doc, and I end up getting Kraftwerk and AC/DC tickets. So, and I'm
There
gonna
you
see
go.
Venom this Friday. Venom's actually playing like 15 minutes from where I teach high
Jason,
school.
Venom Inc. Come on.
Venom Inc. I'm
No original
sorry.
members.
I know. Shh. Let's
Tony
live in a
Demolition
fantasy
Man
world.
Dolan,
Hey,
wonderful
Tony Dolan.
frontman. Yes,
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll
it'll
be
be fun.
fun. Yep. So I know I was bemoaning to Mark before we hit record that after doing that four-part Venom series, like I built like a nice friendship with Mantis, and then poor guy with the medical shit that's going on for him and his wife, like he
Yeah,
stepped away. I was like, God, it's that close to seeing Venom in Detroit, Venom Inc. in Detroit. So
yeah,
yeah, well, it is what it is.
yeah. Chesterfield, Michigan. You get what
Yeah,
you get.
what can you do? Yeah, that's where I saw White Lion and Sebastian Bach. It doesn't get crazier than that. So,
I think
um,
that's where UFO was playing too. That we didn't get a chance to go to.
that makes me sad because I
Yeah,
think one of the guys has died since then. So,
yeah. That's
oh,
that's one of those bands I kind of got a little bummed I didn't get to see. But anybody
well.
else now, I try to, you know,
Yeah, try and pull the trigger when you can.
exactly. Yeah, like Nico McBrain no longer playing drums, live drums for Maiden.
Yeah,
Probably still
but
on records if they record. I'm sure they'll probably record another, at least one more.
sure,
But it'll be
sure.
weird not seeing them. Like I've even when the first time I saw Iron Maiden was with Blaze Bailey on vocals and Nico was there.
Yeah,
Like he's
yeah.
always been a consistent since fucking '83 or something. So
This Piece of Mind was his
yeah.
first record. So, but we've got some doom to do today, Mark. Enough hair metal.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we're getting into the depressing death doom and
You got to start
kind
high
of like
and then end low.
yeah. So we're gonna hear from Albert a couple times in this set, but the first place we're sort of going to, as Mark alluded to, is Norway, and you know, a couple bands in this set that we're gonna listen to. The first is Paradigma, and started as a Norwegian power thrash band called Blacken in 1990, changed their name in 91, and kind of was led mostly by their guitarist slash the guy that does the deep vocals, the guy named Tom Kavalvul. So here comes my Norwegian pronunciation. So prepare yourselves. Um, and the goal, like as I was kind of doing a little research, was they really wanted to like blend three vocalists, like a bass, a tenor, and a soprano female, because they were sort of. I think the quote I pulled was, "Yeah, our influences were Candlemass, Black Sabbath, and other doom, but certain classical pieces by Tchaikovsky, Prokofiev, and Stravinsky also were a big influence." So they're kind of approaching it almost from like a classical, like operatic kind of way to get these different sort of vocals and and that's kind of what sort of set things off. And this record, Mare Veris, I think it was the only full length they did. They did a EP a year later called Scotty, and then I looked on not Discogs, but Metal Archives, and I think that was kind of it for a while. So this is kind of a one and done sort of doom band, but
I still
um,
have a probably like 8 or 9 photos from the band that
oh
we
really?
used in the magazine. Yeah,
Yeah. Did you guys interview these guys then?
yeah, yeah, we did.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I don't remember
Yeah. How was?
which issue it was, but I was looking through when Frederick from Unleashed or Extra Unleashed, I guess, passed like last week.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
was looking to see if I had any pictures of him, but the only one I had was from the back, him playing
Okay.
guitar. So it wasn't worth really posting or anything. But I looked through all the metal photos, and I've got all those old press photos and early Deep Profundus Vader photos
Mm-hmm.
that Peter sent me and stuff. And I need to scan all that stuff in, and I've got like dissection slides, and there's so much cool shit. I
That'd be
want
fun.
to print that stuff off and put it in frames or something.
Mm. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that was
So,
my biggest thing with this band. Like they had super artistic photography. They're either like put like a red gel or a green gel, and all this weird. It looked like, oh God, what's that fucking oh Jesus, what's the German band keyboards?
um, oh boy, Kraftwerk? No, I don't
No,
know.
no, maybe
A
they're not
metal
German.
band?
Um,
Hmm. Crematory?
no, the dude did something on the new Blood Incantation record,
Oh, Tangerine Dream.
Tangerine Dream.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
a record album. I can't remember what the cover is, but it looks like almost like this little hunk of landscape, this whitish kind of cover. If that
Oh,
rings any bells to anybody, but that's what one of the backdrops of the band standing in front of looks like.
oh shit. I
That
wonder
might
if
be the
it's
only one I
Phaedra.
have.
Phaedra? Um,
Maybe. I don't
yeah.
just
I've
look it
I've
up.
got a handful of Tangerine Dreams, but they're upstairs.
Yeah.
So
Are they
what's so
German? Am I crazy?
yeah, no, they were part of the whole
Okay.
krautrock scene. Tangerine
Okay.
Dream was. Yep. Yeah, it was like a
I haven't talked
uh,
about that band in a long
Edgar
time.
Edgar Froese was the guitar player from Tangerine Dream, and he had come. I think he maybe been in a band before, or some association with like Can or Amandul or something like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Faust or
yeah, I
something,
mean,
or no?
what's up?
Or Faust, or were
Maybe,
they kind
and
of.
Faust is a little too avant. I don't think that's where he would have come from, but I might be wrong. Um,
I
I've
haven't
been
talked
really
about
into
any of that shit in a long time.
I've been listening to like I listen to a whole like series of podcasts on like Amandul 2 and Can and stuff like that like in the last couple of weeks. So I've been kind of like in that headspace a lot, which is probably why I bought Kraftwerk tickets, if I'm being honest. But
Yeah.
uh in terms of Paradigma though, we're gonna hear a tune called The Shadow from this, but
Cyclone is
they
the record.
oh Cyclone?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that one. I think that might be 80s one. But like Tangerine Dream, did the soundtrack to Risky Business and
This is 78. Yeah.
okay, so yeah, late 70s, early 80s. I think they did the soundtrack to Sorcerer,
They
the
did. Yep.
Friedkin
Yep.
flick. Yeah.
Amazing movie.
They did yeah, I love that movie. They did anyways, yeah, so people know Tangerine Dream, and obviously with Blood Incantation, that's kind of been a thing lately, but um yeah, I guess another Norwegian band at the time that put out their debut the same year as Paradigma was Theater Tragedy, and like in a lot of ways they have kind of similar vibes, but like this is way bleaker and fucking creepier than anything like Theater Tragedy
I
did. I
think it's
guess,
less classical too.
yeah, like what's the difference like for you, I guess, because like you have such like you have such a very specific aesthetic when it comes to this stuff. Like, does Paradigma still like kind of work for you on some level versus like Theater Tragedy? And what is it about it that maybe does work? Kind of curious.
I mean, I think they're kind of doing more of their own thing. The drums sound like absolute dog shit on the Paradigma. It's
That's
like
really
the
rough.
cardboard box
Yeah,
thing. Like it almost sounds like the drums were recorded completely differently than the guitars, but um, no, I think they're more like the guitars are almost more accenting things on the Paradigma too, and I feel like Theater of Tragedy is much more of just the straight, it's got the cello or violin or whatever, and the lady doing her thing and deep guttural
sure.
vocals, and it seemed
Liv
more kind of like,
Christine.
oh yes,
Yeah, because she did a duet song with like Nick Holmes, I remember,
that
I
was one of
think.
the later on, like when they
Yeah.
kind of got rid of almost all of the death metal,
Yeah.
became more electronic or something, but. And the name is stupid. I think Theater of Tragedy is a stupid name. The Hamlet for a
Just love,
Slothful Vassal
I
is a terrible name for a song.
Dude, honestly, I at this point just love how much you hate them. It's really funny. So I'm gonna
Well,
feed
I
you as
thought they
much
were.
theater tragedy shit.
In the day, I liked them a lot,
I know.
and there's not a
It's
whole lot
almost
of
like
bands where I go back and like, this is just dog shit. I fucking
yeah,
hate
yeah.
it.
I think it's when you kind of like when you accidentally liked something at the very beginning and then you recognize how like terrible it is, it almost like makes you more pissed off at yourself, so you hate on them worse. I feel that way like with the Transformers movies. Like I got lulled
Oh,
in like
jeez.
kind of liking the first one enough. I was like, that was okay. And then I
You're
fucking
talking
went and
live
saw
action movies,
Transformers
the
2
Michael Bay
and
stuff.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Okay.
like I wanted to die after the second one. I was like, what the fuck? Like I was just so angry. I
Did you
was
see
like,
the Rise of the Beasts or whatever the last one was?
no, although I did hear like competent people told me, like people I kind of almost trust, told me that like whatever this like reboot Transformers thing is that Michael Bay has nothing to do with is actually fairly good, but I'm still like, I don't fucking care. Like
I think
it's dead to me.
Transformers and G.I. Joe are both best done in animated or
Yes.
cartoon form
Yep. It just doesn't work
or
for me.
comic form.
So
Nah, it's just come on.
but yeah, like the label they were on was Head Not Found, which a lot of the stuff
Great
kind of
label.
showed up on. That was a
Gehenna, you know.
yeah, interesting label. Was that it had to be out of Norway, obviously, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay. And it was who who owned that label? Was it connected with Metallion on some level?
I
Did he
feel
have
like
something to do with it?
if he didn't run it, he was
Like a
like
tastemaker
an
for him?
A&R guy. Like he
Yeah,
was, doing like telling him who to put on.
that's what
If
I thought.
if
Yep,
I
yep,
remember right, but I could be wrong.
yep. I'm almost positive you're right. But basically, like I said, the story with these guys, they were put on hold in 2003 when the bass player at the time, his name was Einar Andre Fredriksson, he had committed suicide. Um, and he had also been in Funeral, which is coming up soon. So it was kind
Hmm.
of interesting kind of connection. And then at that point, Tom, who's the deep vocalist, guitarist, main songwriter guy, he goes on and plays with Nocturnal Breed and Dodheimsgard at certain points. So that's kind of what he did. But yeah, they're just kind of a flash in the pan, kind of a weird band. Like anything stand out about them besides just like the bad drum production in terms of something you kind of dug or I don't know.
I mean, it's just they have an interesting, I think, atmosphere in general, but
Hmm.
it's a lot very like disjointed, but it's also kind of charming because of it's from the era.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and like
That's a
there were still the early ages or early stages of trying to like record this stuff in a way that you could actually like separate the instruments and didn't sound like mud, and they had a cool name. Their album covers always looked interesting.
sure. Yep.
Norway was like it was cool to see stuff from Norway that wasn't black metal.
Yeah. It's
Um,
weird, like going and putting this together, I wouldn't say a rich Norwegian doom scene, but like far more when you put it into context. I was like, oh, there was
yeah,
actually more kind of happening in Norway than just black metal, you know?
yeah,
So,
and like you don't hear a whole lot after.
no.
Like
Yeah.
for death metal, what we had like Morbid and Cadaver.
Hmm. I
Like
know.
there wasn't a
Yeah.
whole lot, or like Old Funeral or something like
Yeah. No,
pre Immortal and
Morbid was Sweden. Um,
oh, that's right. I'm just thinking of Tim jumping over from.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, there's not a whole lot outside of like Old Funeral, whatever the pre-enslaved thing was. I don't
Yeah, I
remember
mean, they
what that
didn't
was
really have
called.
much thrash. They didn't have much fucking death metal. They just skipped right to like black metal, and then
Yeah,
doom, and then really weird experimental stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so
yeah,
Norway's just it's its own kind of weird thing, and we'll definitely talk about the weird experimental stuff later in this episode. But the next kind of band was a band called Funeral, and they're kind of like early purveyors of a kind of funeral death doom. In a lot of ways, they were kind of
yeah.
at the front lines of that. And basically they had released the album that we're going to play from is Tragedies. That's their first full length, which was put out in 1995, and they got started after a couple of demos, the Tristes and Beyond All Sunsets demos that came out in 93, 94. And it's in 94 that they kind of started to recruit a full-time female vocalist in her name was Terrell Sinyan, and she really only sang on this album, the Tragedies kind of debut. And the song you'll hear her on is called like kind of Taarene, and her kind of style on that, it's a really kind of beautiful bleak approach. It's definitely not like the pomposity of like a theater tragedy or some of that kind of stuff. It's like I kind of dig it. It's like kind of an atmospheric color that she's sort of doing on top of the music that's not, it's probably more like what Paradise Lost did on Gothic, or what Celtic Frost did on Into the Pandemonium, where it's just sort of like floating over the music a bit. Um,
Yeah, that's where for me that's where it kind of I think that's great when you just do a song like that, but a whole
uh-huh.
band that way I cannot as Jeff Wagner so lovely said, I don't know how to like that. Um, that's where I'm at with it with a lot of the female vocal stuff.
Hmm.
I feel like it would have been because it's mostly kind of operatic in the operatic camp, like
Hmm.
classical kind of singing and choirish kind of stuff. Um, I think a lot of the stuff would serve itself a lot better if they had a fucking rock vocalist, like a sound like Heart, sound like Royal Thunder, along with some
Pop
of the stuff.
Editar, something like that.
Yeah, like something that's like a hard rock female vocal with this, so it's not quite so much of a contrast.
I
It
feel
just
like
I have a really
Norway
hard
was
time with it.
really rooted in classical, and you even
Yeah.
hear it in black metal with the keyboards and shit. So there
Oh
was
yeah.
like some aspect of northern folk classical music culture that was just always like super pervasive in what they were doing.
It makes sense, but this is just personal
It
taste
doesn't all
stuff for
age
me.
well
Like if
though,
I could
you know.
tweak it, like it's like, man, if
Yeah.
you throw in like Minnie Pearson or Pearson, is that her name? The Royal Thunder
Mimi Pierce.
vocalist.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Minnie
Um,
Pierce. Yep.
yeah, like that type of like powerful, full voice, I think
Hmm.
would do a whole lot for Doom. It would be
Yeah.
more. I would almost mix it more of like the Witchfinder General camp with some of this other stuff. But
I'll say this: I have Tragedies, and like she doesn't do that on all the songs. I don't even think she's on the whole record at times. She just kind of makes like scant like kind of appearances where they need like color and stuff, like her
yeah,
to add some atmosphere. And that's like kind of my favorite thing, kind of like what you hear on Gothic. Like
hmm
you don't need female vocals on every song, but like
yeah,
a couple little instances here and there is kind of cool. So I just think like when you like make when you're going for the like Beauty and the Beast thing, it just almost like puts like pressure for you to write songs around that concept instead of using the concept as like something that's diverse or makes a song different rather than every song sounds that way. It's like
yeah.
a counter, and it's kind of becomes counterintuitive. You kind of back yourself into a corner that you just have to do that, and that kind of
Yeah, I feel like you could do something more weird with it.
yeah.
Just kind of get like instead of just kind of the same weird call and response thing that
Hmm.
they seem to do, but
Yeah.
because like opera, I don't find boring at all. But like opera, like a lot of like the Finnish stuff. What's that band? That's the kind of like the penultimate female fronted, hard rock.
Oh, like Nightwish.
Nightwish, like that type of thing, like Evanescence, like that type of thing. Like it just does not. It's just one of those things where like there's promise in that idea, but it just does not. There's something about it that just does not work for me.
Sure.
I liked it more when I was younger, but I find it kind of tedious.
Did you I kind of dug the music. Like Funeral's a pretty good band. I don't know if how much you kind of
Oh,
thought about the
that's
music.
fine, but yeah,
Yeah.
the complaint is the Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah. I just
Yeah,
didn't know if you had any
like the
thoughts on
classical
like
guitar opening thing is good. The
cool
um
bride kind of stuff going on.
yeah,
It
I
kind of
put yeah under a
remind me.
what I say belty female vocals with a My Dang Bride backdrop.
Hmm.
Good death vocals. Beauty and the
Yeah.
Beast thing pretty wears thin pretty quickly for me now.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, the song's all sung in Norwegian, which is cool. I did kind
Yeah,
of dig that part where it's just the acoustic guitar and like her voice a little. That's kind of got a
yeah. I think that works.
sparse kind of atmosphere, you know.
Yeah,
So, so then we go from Funeral, and by the way, Funeral's actually still putting out records. I picked up some of their newer stuff. They're on oh my God, I can't think. It's not the end.
Fart,
Um, no, it's not Svart. It's that label.
napalm.
Jesus. No, it should be on Napalm, right? I've got them upstairs. I can't remember, but yeah, so they're kind of still a pretty functional band, like putting out pretty good like kind of doom stuff. I can't remember
Yeah,
if they still have like the female stuff going as consistent. I think it's more just standard kind of death vocals the whole time, which works better, I think.
yeah.
Um, then we moved to Black Lodge, which is not named after an Anthrax song, I don't think.
Unfortunately,
Probably a reference to Twin Peaks, I imagine. And this is another Norwegian kind of death doom band from Had Not Found. And basically they put out this record in '95 called Covet with male and female vocals. In fact, they have three vocalists, similar to
hmm
Paradigma. So that was certainly a weird thing that was happening in the Norwegian scene. I don't know. You didn't see a lot of three vocalist bands in most extreme metal at that point. I don't feel like.
no, I couldn't
Um,
tell you more than
and just a really
me.
bizarre vibe to them, I think. It's like My Dying Bride style kind of death doom, but also like some noisy blast beats, some kind of weird off kilter kind of Celtic Frost things. I even heard, I think, like a Cherry Orchards riff somewhere, like it buried in Travesty. So it's like it's weird. There's some post punk industrial leanings kind of mixed in. I mean,
Some real weird, like I would say, Tim Pyogenesis kind of
yeah, yeah,
kind of stuff.
yeah.
Like
That must be the third vocalist. So yeah,
yeah, it kind of it throws you off a little bit, but yeah,
yeah.
definitely it's my for vocally. I didn't realize there's three vocalists, but some of the stuff reminds me, or some of the vocal, whichever person it is, outside of the Pyogenesis thing, it reminded me of like when LG Petrov was shit faced on
Oh yeah,
stage
yeah,
and
yep,
singing like that kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah, very like what he sounded like on Comacon.
yes,
Do you remember that
yes.
record?
I do remember that record. Yep. So yeah, that's good. I mean, I think the other thing is this almost like predicts like where Norway's like extreme metal is gonna go, and in a lot of ways, like it's like a band that has almost too many ideas, and that's fine sometimes. But like, if I had like a critique, I like the record. I ended up picking this one up, and it holds up
Yeah.
pretty well. But
I
there's
didn't
some,
listen to the whole record. I just listened to the two songs.
yeah, that's fair. This is a lot. I
I think
just
the
there's
cover
some,
is fantastic on it. I like the name of the band too.
yeah,
And
and
just what was the title of the song again? It's or the album
we've
was
got Travesty and Dissonance, Covet.
Covet. It's a great, religious
Yeah,
connotation thing and
makes
yeah.
me think of like Silence of the Lambs or Seven, where they
Yeah.
talk about coveting, stuff as a plot
There's like
point.
an altar on the front of it and like I mean it doesn't look like a whole lot of covers you see either, so it's
Hmm.
great.
Yeah, Dissonance, the second song we played, which I think was the opener of the record, perhaps, but you get kind of I thought for me, a fairly decent vocal duet performance with props to Monica Peterson, the female vocalist. She kind of goes beyond again the conventional sort of pretty female doom vocals,
Yeah.
and she kind of like does some like kind of I don't know like deeper throated stuff.
Well, yeah,
That's
I think
kind of
that's what
cool.
I said the what is it? The weird duet part where
Hmm.
he does the guy's almost doing like agony vocals and then she's doing
Yeah,
the kind of over the top. I thought that was cool because it was
yeah,
very weird. It was not like what we're used to seeing in this
that's
kind
it.
of formula.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, don't follow the script. The Beauty and the Beast thing kind of like locks you in too much.
Yeah, and
So
it reminded me of like the Tom G stuff that, the back and forth of, it's very like operatic, but
yep.
like very kind of harsh. And then they've got the
Hmm.
nice little, forever people speed up thing, toward the
When
end.
I think, and you'll hear in these two audio bits of Albert talking about, just how much influence Into the Pandemonium had on all of this stuff that we're about to be
Yeah,
listening to. Like just
all of
a lot
Norway.
of weird
Yeah.
ideas that clash into, some good, some bad. Depends on what aspects people are taking from that Celtic Frost record. You know what I mean? So. Ooh. All right, cool. So let's get into it. We're gonna hear from Albert, Albert and I's conversation, both at the beginning, and then we'll hear kind of him interrupt the set of music briefly with a song that we'll talk about when we come back. That's gonna be sort of our gateway into more Norway, but kind of a different vibe here. So we've got The Shadow from Paradigma's Mare Veris. Taarene from Funerals Tragedies, and then Travesty and Dissonance, both from Black Lodge's Covet. All of those records from 1995. And then we'll hear from Albert, and then we'll hear something from The Third and the Mortal. And we'll talk more about that song when we get back. All right. So joining us for this episode is, of course, the great Albert. I always say your last name wrong, but I'm going to try it. Mudrian, correct?
Nailed it. Nailed it on
God
the
damn
first
it.
try.
It's only taken me fucking 17 years of this podcast for me to get it down. So Albert, for people who are maybe uninitiated for whatever reason, give us just a little bit of kind of background and what's going on with Decibel, which you're intently, you've got some big things kind of on the docket that Requiem fans might be interested in. So yeah, I'll pass the mic to you just for a basic introduction.
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for having me back. Always a pleasure to be on the Requiem.
It's been evoking. Was that like the last time you were on a full episode? I think you might have done some audio things for other episodes here and there, like little clips, perhaps, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it was probably Evoken. That's a few years ago now, and that's how long it took me to recover from that like 7 hour interview we
It's
did, I think.
brutal.
Um, but yeah, I'm the editor in chief and founder of Decibel. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year being 2014 for or 2024 for people who are listening deep into the future. We're putting on a 20th anniversary show that will be happening long before this episode ever airs. But we have a brand new book that should be out around that time on immolation called Into Everlasting Fire, one of the many Decibel books that we have published since 2015. I looked it up the other day, and I think it's 15 books or something ridiculous now. So yeah, we got that going on.
One you
In
did
also
was the last one you guys did Scott Burns? Was that the last book? Or was there one in between that I'm forgetting
No,
about?
I think the Scott Burns was the last one because we announced the pre-order for the decibel version of Dial Patterson's Black Metal Evolution of the
That's right.
Cult, but then I
Yep.
think it came out after the Scott Burns book. But yeah, that would have been that would have been the last one that came out, the Evolution of the Cult. And yeah, so this the Immolation book will be out November-ish. And Metal and Beer Fest, Denver goes down in December of 2024. By then we'll have announced the 2025 Philly Metal and Beer Fest, the 2025 Decibel Magazine Tour. Hopefully executing a few magazines in between then also when we have got some spare time.
You're like the metal equivalent of like the living like Sisyphus like hamster wheel of metal. I feel like you're just in this like treadmill of doom. So
It's unforgiving, but I won't complain. We're a magazine in 2024 people want. I got a job. Um what's there to say? I'm busy. Boo-hoo.
absolutely. So this episode was your idea. And you kind of pitched this to Mark and I several months ago, and I kind of filed it away and stuff like that. And so what what got you into kind of death doom as like sort of a movement? Was there an album or a band that you kind of reminisce about as we are about to kind of launch into this? Like what kind of piqued your interest into this kind of hybrid scene that emerged in the late 80s, early 90s?
I think for anyone my age, which would be late 40s, it would be it's got to be like Paradise Lost and the early Peaceville 3 stuff. I mean, it is such a departure point for the death metal movement and the extreme metal movement of the early 90s, Gothic in particular, kind of being the linchpin in that, and getting so immersed in that record. And then, finding out, oh, there's this other band that's also on Peaceville called My Dying Bride that kind of does something similar. And then, oh, there's this other band on Peaceville, Anathema, that's doing something similar. This is in 91, 92. You getting to hear some of the, like, I mean, I think the first thing I heard from MDB was As a Flower Withers. And I'm sure it was Serenades I heard after Crestfallen with Anathema, actually. So you're kind of grouping those three bands together, and as so many people did, obviously the media had something to do with that. But you got three bands from the same area on the same label, taking a style of death metal and slowing it down and bringing all kinds of doom and gothic elements to it. Of course, people are gonna. It's no, there's boo. Sorry, they're gonna group these bands together. So that was kind of what got me into the door for that style and what hooked me as something like, okay, if there's three bands that sound like this, I need to hear more bands that sound like this. And, I think probably the next big thing for me, like out of those three, would have been probably Catatonia's demo and Dance of December Souls record. Obviously, there's a bit more of a little bit more of a black metal influence compared to those other three bands, but I think in terms of that kind of melancholic guitar sound and just like kind of gothy presentation, that's the next band I think for tons of people, out of the Peaceville three. And then after that it just turns into, I think, what really this episode is about, and that is unearthing as many bands that take those elements and try to apply them, sometimes in adventurous ways and sometimes in exactly the same fucking ways as those other three bands did. So yeah, that's kind of how we ended up at this episode, I think.
Think people, I'm sure you are aware of the Paradise Lost Catatonia drinking game that people have made about our episodes, and I think
Yeah.
people are in trouble in this episode. They're going to be like wasted the whole time if they're playing along at home, I
Yeah, they're
think. So
they're not going to get far before
no.
before you have to call an ambulance.
So we just started the episode off with Avernus out of Chicago. Why do you think like a lot of the sort of death doom stuff didn't take off as much in the States as it did, say, in Europe? Do you think it was just because the progenitors came out of England and stuff like that, or was there something else you think that was kind of fundamentally going on in the American scene?
I mean, you got to think that like when this stuff really started taking hold, it was the late or the early 90s into the mid 90s, which in America is really kind of the commercial nadir of extreme metal and just heavy metal in general. Circa like 1995, no matter how good those bands are, very few, you're just gonna have a hard time to just like get interest in those bands over here. So without any kind of scene, without any, like you don't even have like really a lot of like kind of young death metal bands popping up in 95. Sure, there's way deeper roots with that subgenre in America than there was with like Death Doom or Doom Death. But I think that, you know, the timing is one thing, and the fact that it really is like it's essentially a micro genre. Like I mean Death Doom is I think it's more of a subgenre. But like what we're kind of getting into with these bands that have this, the Peaceville Three is kind of their primary influences, but bringing in these other flavors and styles to it. That like it's such a narrow window that like you know, and it's like it's stuff that it probably doesn't for a lot of bands, finding those opportunities to even tour. I remember specifically, back in like 95. when Paradise Lost, who by this point weren't even a they weren't a death doom band. They were just a
Yeah, draconian at that point,
yeah,
you know.
they're
Yep.
just, they're just heavy metal band and My Dying Bride, that's Angel in the Dark River. They're not really a death doom band at that point either. There's no death to them at that
Paradigma.
point at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
So and like these were bands, they were like, you know, Paradise Lost struggled to even get that album released here at the time. Uh My Dying Bride was on Mayhem Fierce. I think that was what was distributing
You're
Peaceville
right.
back then.
Yep.
And these were just small labels that did not like, there was no tour support that was like available to get bands over here. And then like, even if they did, like the market was so small, you know? And when bands eventually did get over here, when My Dying Bride did get over here in 97, they toured with Dio,
Oh, yeah.
which, was an odd pairing at the time. And then they did a headlining run, which fell apart halfway through and they went home. It's like
Yeah.
it's so hard to like for bands that are that small to lay that kind of groundwork over here. And again, so much of that is a reflection of the period of the mid 90s just being so rough commercially for those types of bands.
I mean,
Uh,
unless you were doing groove metal or new metal or some of that type of stuff or industrial type stuff. I mean, it was a pretty fallow period for any of that sort of stuff, even death metal, just
yeah,
straight death metal.
it was super rough for death metal, all that stuff. It was like, I mean, any kind of, and like black metal was, popular in Europe here and was a curiosity over here. But like, I mean, you just got to read, and it isn't even a plug, but like, you just got to read USBM and like get a sense of like how like just fractured and like underground that scene was here at the time. So, yeah, I just think I think it's a tough sell. It's typically songs that are really long, really morose. Yeah, there's melody to it, obviously. We're not just doing we're not doing a funeral doom episode or anything crazy like that. But I think it's just generally a tough sell.
It seems like I look at like a pocket like Chicago, Avernus and November's Doom and Gray Sky. I mean, there were like a couple. There was like an attempt made, but it just nothing really happened. So it is strange. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's why we all went to Europe at that point. Like people like us and Mark and Chris, you know what I mean? Like we were really invested in what was going on overseas. I think because American metal was just in such a weird place. Um, so in this first set that we're going to hear, we're traveling first to Norway in this first set with a trio of bands, Paradigma,
Hmm.
Funeral, Black Lodge. Um, Memories or impressions of any of those bands or anything unique that you think about like Norway's version of this death doom scene compared to like maybe some of the other pockets that were happening in Europe?
I mean, is Third and Immortal in this talk set? Or
They're coming up. They'll be in the
okay.
next one. So yeah,
Uh,
this
I don't
first set is
I
more the
don't spoil.
traditional stuff. So
Yeah, well, it's just um and I felt like to me, and take it for what it's worth, but like the traditional Death Doom stuff, I don't feel like Norway did it particularly well. I always felt it was like there was some cool bands, like I did like that first Paradigma record and the first EP. And I remember back in our videotape trading days getting a hold of like this like grainy black and white footage of them playing live in some kind of weird studio setting and made them there was a mystique to them at that time, and I don't know how much of it had to do with just like seeing that video on a VHS cassette in like 1995 or whatever. But it was there's always like this kind of awkwardness about the Norwegian Death Doom stuff. Like Black Lodge, like it's like the starts and stops of like, oh, we're gonna get fast here, and then we're gonna kind of go back to the doomier plotting thing. And I don't know, man. I felt like it was there was a reason that Norway's experimental um doomier bands like really kind of like caught my ear versus the traditional. I don't think they did traditional typically well, with anything really. Like you
Yeah.
can't you can't really think of like a traditional even like great death metal band from Norway. You think of like Soulside Journey, which is weird, and Cadaver, which is fucking
Totally weird. Yeah.
bizarre. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Even
like
their thrash was weird. They didn't really
yeah.
have much of a thrash scene, Equinox and a few other things, but it was real weird. It was just different.
Mhm.
Yeah. Something in the bloodstream, I suppose.
Painted
All one life fails to kill.
As we just heard with Funeral and Black Lodge, and as we're about to hear with Third and the Mortal, Doom with like a mixture of like female vocals. All three of those bands, that was something in the bloodstream, and it was something that like, you know, not just Carrie with Third and the Mortal, but like, what do you think was the appeal of a lot of these Death Doom bands? You know, using female vocals. You know, obviously we know in Paradise Lost, Paradise Lost Gothic and other things like that. Like, what, you know, why I guess what greased the wheels to make that an element that sort of worked so well with this kind of European death doom stuff?
I mean, you probably got to go back to Celtic Frost into the Pandemonium, really, because something that we did talk about earlier about how weird the Norwegian bands were. Like, you want weird experimentation, like that's the gauntlet throw down is into the Pandemonium. And I think that like probably the female vocals on that record, and I mean you could even go, I mean, there's hints of it on To Megatherion too, but like it really prominently featured with Pandemonium. I think that that's probably as influential as something like Gothic, because like something like Gothic, it wasn't like the use of female vocals in it. It was striking and jarring for the time, but it was, I think, only in the context of death metal that it felt striking and jarring. Whereas you could listen to Into the Pandemonium today, and when like those experimental parts pop up, you're still gonna be like, what the fuck is going on here? So I think that if you want to trace like the Norwegian, I think, adventurousness and experimentation, and sometimes it borders on awkwardness. I think pulling from Pandemonium in particular is probably makes a lot of sense.
So let's get into it then a little bit with the oddities, because we're about to hear two big oddity bands. One with female vocals, which
Mm.
is Third and the Mortal, and they're kind of, for us at least, our group of friends in Mount Pleasant. Tears Laden Earth was a pretty big record. What are your thoughts on that, and what works for you, or I don't know, just I guess talk a little bit about Third and the Mortal and your how you approached them when you discovered them, and some of that kind of stuff.
I love that record, and what's the Sorrow EP that precedes
Sorrow
it?
EP. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that era. I mean, I've tried to kind of get into the other like post Kari records, but man, those two when that's really when they're at their most metallic. That band got way more experimental and adventurous after she left. But like that kind of traditional, I mean, there was like this folky element to what they were doing that wasn't really in the other Death Doom bands at the time, and I think so much of it felt, I don't know, quintessentially Norwegian. And I think that might just have something to do with the fact that it was 1994 and we didn't know shit about
Yeah.
about about culture in Norway and history and things like that. It all just seems so just exotic, but there's just a real like tranquilness and soothing quality to that record, and obviously so much of it had to do with her voice. Um, but just like when those like big riffs in, what is it, Why So Lonely? Was that the,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
like when those hit, like man, you feel those in the same way that you would with Eternal or Without God, or it's like it's all there. And I think something that we'll probably keep coming back to throughout this episode, and that's kind of a red line in this music for me, is like so much of it is just this hard to articulate feel and tone, because some of these bands that you're going to hear don't really have much anything to do with one another, but it all just fits together with this kind of this sorrowful vibe that like if you were there, and like it's like you said, if you got set on that path by the Peaceful Three, then it all made sense to get from Symphonaire to Tears Laden Earth. Like
Yeah.
if you put those records one next to each other, man, they are vastly different, but like that red line, it's definitely there. So it's what's the other band that's part of this
We'll
set?
we'll get to the other band in a second,
Oh,
but
you were still talking about Third in the Mortal. Okay.
but I had a follow up for you.
Okay. Yeah.
It's interesting. I wanted to kind of agree with you on this because when I first met Chris and Mark, obviously they were doing the Requiem zine, the namesake of this podcast, and I had just picked up an issue of Requiem before really knowing them, and like they had all these weird bands in there, and then they had Third and the Mortal, and like it just made perfect sense. Like when I first started hanging out with them, and they were like peddling CDs to me to borrow. Like Chris gave me Turn Loose the Swans and Tears Laid in Earth, right? And like in my mind, those bands fit together, even though like you said, they have almost nothing to do with each other. And it's in a way, I think it almost mentally prepared me. I'm curious what your thoughts are for like what Ulver was about to do and like Opeth was about to do, like where they were gonna like take these folk elements into extreme metal. And I don't know, do you see any correlation to like what bands like Third and the Mortal were doing to prep for some of the stuff that was going to happen in the second half of the 90s, or is that just like too loose of a connection there?
No, I think it's there. And I think that obviously it's a very tight time period. If you want to go like really like 94 to 97, like you'll those records that you mentioned, like the first Oliver and Orchid, like another record that I would throw in there that happens a couple of years later, it's like In the Woods Omnio,
Yeah.
which
Yep.
like if you listen to that, like that's not a doom metal, it's a prog record, I guess, essentially, but like it's got that feel, it's got that vibe that like that's born out of this. And like I could do a playlist that goes later that'll take you right from you know Rotting Misery to the first song on Omnio, no problem.
Yeah. Even Heart
um
of Ages had some of those weird elements
oh
too,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
But I think that I think again, and like so much of that, it goes back to this like difficult to quantify tone and vibe and feel of things.
Much did Kari do Storm before Third and the Mortal, or was it at the same time? And did it give her street cred, do you think, with the extreme metal fans that she was doing this project with Fenrez and stuff? Or what are your thoughts? Because I wasn't around in that exact moment. I hadn't quite gotten into the extreme metal scene. I just
I'm pretty sure Storm is after, because I think
after
Storm
okay.
is like, because yeah, Storm is, I believe, is on Moonfog,
Yeah.
and Moonfog, like I think the Third and Immortal records are Had Not Found, like the couple that like the
Yeah. Yeah.
EP and LP, and then that's definitely pre Moonfog. And the other thing too is like that moon's like there's a couple ways you can go with folk and metal, and the way that Third and Immortal went on that or on those early stuff was the way I think you want to go, and then the way Storm went was, I think, that's the path you want to avoid.
Yep.
um so
Those records haven't aged well. Let's just put
yeah.
it that way. Yeah. Did Third the Mortal have any kind of like impact, do you think? Like people don't really talk about him anymore. I'm just kind of curious if like you feel like there was a legacy, or if it was just like a moment in time kind of for them.
I think it's just a moment in time. I think that Kari's had some career post um post Third and Immortal that has not a ton to do with metal, which is interesting and cool. But I don't think that I feel like that the impact is minimal, honestly. It's like that they're kind of a cult band in that sense. But I know Chris Dick, we've talked about like doing a Hall of Fame on Tears Laden Earth, because it's such a cool singular record. And
So yeah,
I mean, is that 94? Is that 30 years now?
94. Yeah.
Jeez,
Yeah. And I
that's
mean
wild.
that was a record, honestly, as like a insecure high school metalhead. That was a record I could play for like girlfriends, and they would be like, "Oh, this is European metal." I'd be like, "Yeah," you know what I
Right.
mean? Like it was kind of a great unifier for a lot of different people, and then from there you could get them into the Gathering or something else
Right.
like that. But I don't know. So
It's music that isn't immediately alienating.
yeah, absolutely. So the other oddity out of Norway that we're gonna sort of end this set with is Beyond Dawn. And so yeah, I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts on that version of Death Doom and some of the weird eccentricities that they brought into the field, I suppose.
That band is so underrated, man. That
Yeah.
band is so underrated. The first thing I got was, man, it wasn't the Up Through the Linear Shades EP. I eventually acquired that, and I thought I couldn't even deal with it. I ended up selling it, which is a huge regret in retrospect. But Longing for Scarlet Days. Um,
That's what we're gonna
that's
start with.
yeah, that those four songs, man, like four songs don't sound anything like one another, all completely connect. Um, and one thing that like people don't really focus on now, but was a huge deal back then, the trombone.
Oh, yep.
Sad
Yeah.
trombone. That's the
Yeah.
original sad trombone, man. That's like, but like, yeah, they had the trombone in and just like a made it a mournful sounding instrument. Um, and integrated it really well where it was never overbearing and never felt like it was like, oh, well, like gimmicky, it fit. And they used it less as they went on and as the sound developed over the course of um, a couple studio records before they got really, really experimental and just kind of left traditional rock music in the dust.
You just heard The Shadow from Paradigma, Taarene from Funeral, Travesty from Black Lodge, Dissonance from Black Lodge. You heard from Elbert a second time, and then the last song we just heard is a song called Grevinnens Bonn from the Third and the Mortals Sorrow EP from 1994. Um, yeah, that last tune it's translates to the Countess's Bonn. I don't know what Bonn is a city in Germany. I'm not sure what the but that's what that word Grevinnens translates to. But kind of a atmospheric, dreamy, doomy landscape, and we're definitely going to talk about Kari's vocals here in a moment. But kind of
Ari Roslaten?
Kari Ruslaten, yeah, she kind of adds some cool melodic texture to this kind of open sonic canvas that they're sort of creating there, and cool distorted like emotive solo at the end. You don't hear a lot of solos from Third and the Mortal, but
Yeah.
has kind of some Gregor stylings with a little like kind of Uli era. There's like a little bit of flair there, more than like what Gregor would normally do. But yeah, so I mean, in one of those Albert, I can't remember if it was in part one of Albert or part two of Albert, you know, Albert kind of said that there was something a little bit kind of off about Norway, and he didn't know how well some of that stuff sort of held up in hindsight. And to be fair, we were maybe critical of some of the recording and things like that, but I do think
Sure.
that it has a charm to it, and I think even if you're mixed about the bands in the first set, the two that we're about to sort of get into are kind of pretty interesting and pretty diverse and I don't know. I think they were kind of maybe a big deal to us on some level or to like people in our little niche, but yeah. So I guess tell me about the first time you heard Third the Mortal because I really discovered them through you and Chris. That was kind of I
I think
don't
it's
know.
probably mostly Chris.
Yeah.
Because I honestly, my favorite thing that Kerry Ruslaten's ever done is the Storm album, Nordavind.
Okay. All right.
So I wouldn't put myself in a camp of a fan of Third and the Mortal.
Okay.
I think I was always it was an interesting periphery thing. But that's one of those bands too where I thought it could be more musically. It was interesting at times, but the vocals seemed kind of samey
Hmm.
to me. I don't know. I've always had a hard time like penetrating the band.
Gotcha. Even though there wasn't like the Beauty and the Beast thing, even just like the straight female vocals.
It's because I think she was just kind of operatic.
Yeah. So that just seems to be kind of like a touchstone point then
I
for
didn't,
you, I
I
guess.
didn't mind it at the time. I just find it kind of tedious to me now.
Yeah.
Like she's not bad by any stretch, and there's definitely spots in there where it's a little more interesting in delivery where I kind of dig it more. But um, the classical kind of that voice just I don't know. There's what ruined it for me, but it just
Yeah. Yeah.
it's difficult for me to like. There's a lot of stuff in the music. I was like, okay, if I took her vocals out or if she was singing a little more unconventionally. I think and they're probably one of the early bands to do this well. Um, but and yeah, and in retrospect, a lot of the female fronted stuff it sounds so samey to me,
Hmm.
and kind of throws me off a bit.
Yeah. I guess,
Because I think it worked better for me when she's doing like the Storm thing is more of like it's ridiculous folk metal stuff. Like it's
sure.
more kind of flamboyant. And I think Third and the Mortal is much more dialed back and internal and
It's very subdued. Yeah,
yeah, it
exactly.
is.
It's
It's
very
very atmospheric,
introspective and
which I think
yep.
most Norwegian stuff kind of is. It's also very erudite. Like I think a lot of Norwegian stuff seems like very intellectualized. You know,
Sure. Yeah, I know.
I like Beyond Dawn is just bonker. I love Beyond Dawn, but um
Yeah.
they're just they're their own weird thing. They're
Well, and I think
fucking
that
art
maybe
rock.
explains the intellectual side of like Arcturus and Ulver and Dodhamsgard and like just a
Yeah.
lot of the stuff that Jeff Wagner's podcast sort of covers radical research that they do on the weird Norwegian shit what we do with like kind of the Paradise Lost, Catatonia, that kind of doomy sort of like kind of creamy center, whatever.
Yeah.
Or even like Swedish, they were, we always got accused of being Swedophobes, right? Or Swedophiles,
Sweetophiles.
Swedophiles, not phobes. We don't fear Sweden.
No, nobody
And they're
does.
kind of do the same thing with like weird avant Norway stuff, you know. So like,
Yeah.
yeah, we're kind of getting into that weird thing where, Third and the Mortal were kind of marketed by Had Not Found, and I think they were under the Voices of Wonder, which was a
Hmm.
subsidiary of Had Not Found. Um, as kind of for fans of Doom, the way the Gathering kind of like filled into that sort of space, and so metalheads definitely like were drawn to them, but there's some metallic riffs coming up here, and certainly on that last song we heard, the Sorrow EP probably is the doomiest thing they ever did, but for all intents and purposes, they get marketed as Doom. They're in that Doom, this Doom lexicon book, So
Hmm.
like, I don't know, like,
I never, well, I guess things weren't quite so clearly delineated back in the 90s,
yeah.
but I never considered them to be like Doom Band at all, honestly. They just kind of seemed like they were their own, like Norway was its own thing.
Mm. Yeah.
I
It's
don't know.
weird. Yeah. It's because, when we started brainstorming this episode, Albert was the one that like sort of was like, well, you got to put Third and the Mortal in there, because they are sort of like kind of considered part of this, even in a strange sort of way. And I've always thought of them kind of in that realm. Like if I was putting them on a mixtape for somebody, I would be putting like Catatonia and maybe Anathema and Bride. Like they sort of
Sure.
fit in with that, even though they weren't that. And I've never really been able to like articulate why, but
Yeah.
like they somehow float in that realm the way the Gathering does too. I mean, Gathering started off as a legit Death Doom kind of thing in the early years with Always and stuff,
Hmm.
but yeah. So this is kind of interesting. Finn, who I think is I'm looking, he's one of the guitar players. He said we were influenced by so many different things from death metal to early psychedelic rock to classical music to jazz. So it's hard to point out one specific thing in general. Actually, we've always felt like some sort of outsiders and never really felt like we belonged to a certain scene. So in that way, we always felt more free to do what we wanted without any pressure and expectations from certain scenes. We had some sort of vision when we started the band, but it was not until all our members started contributing that we saw the direction we had to take. All we really did agree on was that we wanted to try to create something new that stood out from the rules of certain genres. When it comes to the band's name, I don't want to go into that. So
Okay.
I don't know what he's alluding to, but that's yeah. So kind of what he's sort of talking about there. But um, yeah, they started in '92 in Trondheim, and they had a guy named Rune Holmes on drums, three guitar players, which I always found kind of interesting. The guy that just spoke there, Finn, but you also had Trond and Gare on guitars, and then Yarly on bass, and then of
Yar.
course Carly, yeah, or Kari, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, give me some context of that time period. Like, you guys were hanging out with like groups of girls that were kind of flirting with some of this stuff. Like, was Third and the Mortal like kind of a good crossover thing to sort of play to girls to sort of get them to maybe start getting into some of this European metal stuff? And Chris always sort of sold it as that. I don't know what
Yeah,
your thoughts are.
that was never my tactic.
Yeah.
Most of the girls that I knew that were into extreme metal were into like just anything, like whatever, like
Yeah.
Carcass or anything else. It was they didn't need to be like an inroad band that
Got it.
shows like, oh, there's vocals that aren't screaming or growling. Um, but Chris has always been one. He's more of a uh, someone to uh, proselytize
Sure. Yeah.
music, and I'm more, if somebody asks me, I'll tell them, but I'm not making mixtapes for people or trying to pull people in. Like I kind of know where I'm at, and I like my spot, and if people ask me, that's cool, but I don't need to get out there and on my pulpit. But Chris is very good at that, and um
Yeah, I do a lot of that as well.
yeah,
I
yeah,
was
you
kind of
guys
known
are
for my
both, that's
mix
more your
mixed up.
that's more your thing. I
Yeah,
think I'm more of a introvert than you guys, so I kind of like let everybody else figure out their questions, and they can come to me.
sure.
Say,
I
what do you
guess
what do you think? I like this kind of stuff. What do you like?
yeah. No, that's a good approach too.
Yeah,
That's kind of like I think Mike's that way. Yeah, our
yeah,
former manager.
yeah.
He's got some of those like when we talk music and stuff. Um Yeah, I mean, I had some success, like, turning on like groups of friends to Third and the Mortal and gathering and some of that stuff to sort of like not lure them in, but just to sort of show them like that the European metal was like different than what I think people thought metal was. I was kind of
Yeah.
like to prove naysayers wrong. That's kind of a fun little, thing. But Tears Laid in Earth was,
Like a music diplomat too, though. You
I,
like to figure out like, okay, what's this person into? Like, what can I get
yeah,
them into that's better than the trash they're listening to right
yeah,
now?
yeah, maybe, yeah, because there's a kernel somewhere there. People
Yeah.
like good. People. I think people strive to want to like good things. They just maybe don't know where to find them sometimes. So,
Yeah,
if I
it's
can,
not easy, especially back
yeah.
then.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough, but yeah, I think Tears Laid in Earth was, it had its moment. I was kind of talking to Albert a little bit about it. Like, did it have like an impact? And he was like, like people loved it who loved it, but no one really talked about it at a certain point. But I know he mentioned, I think Chris has talked about it, that the possibility of Decibel putting this in the Hall of Fame as just kind of a weird, just one of those weird anomaly records that sort of stood out from everything else at the time, whether you liked it or
Yeah.
not, I guess. So. Um, and it was like you said, it kind of towed the line between traditional doom and avant stuff, and it kind of had some folk elements to it. I think I don't know if you listen to all of the bits that Albert and I talked about, but I was like this and like even that first Ulver record kind of felt like they were like warming you up for like what Opeth was about to sort of do with like mixing a lot of earthy folk and like things like
Yeah.
that in there almost. I mean, Storm did that, I guess, to some extent too, but Storm had its like ups and downs in terms of like distribution and also like
I
the
mean, nobody heard it, honestly. Like I got a promo of it and I don't know how many other people heard it. You
yeah,
know?
exactly.
And it was
So
like a weird one-off kind of thing. I was a big Satyricon fan, so it was cool to
yeah,
for that
yeah,
whole thing to happen.
yep,
I've listened to it a couple years ago. It's goofy and ridiculous, but it still kind of holds a place for me. I still
yep.
have good feelings around it.
I mean that record kind of got into some trouble because of some of the like the nationalistic sort of aspects of it. I know Albert kind of made mention of it too, that people were kind of concerned with, I think that was right after too, like Dark Throne had gotten in trouble for some of the stuff they had on the back of
The pure Norse arts thing, or
yeah, and some of that, and
it's
people are
it's
sensitive about
shit
that stuff.
stirring.
So
It's not mainstream stuff. It's meant to you know bristle people a little bit, but
sure,
it was a
sure.
different time than where we're at now, or we're a couple years ago.
Yep, yep. But in terms of music, I mean, I think I know you're not like a big fan, but like musically, I've always found the band to be pretty decent, regardless of what your feelings might be on Kari. But they, just
I think
kind of
there's kind of
wistful,
like
nice melodies.
yeah, and there's like for some reason it gives me like uh, Ulver vibes for the
That's what I
more
mean. Yeah, that first
acoustical
over
stuff,
almost.
and yeah,
Yep, yep. Some of that. It's kind of got a wintry folk kind of vibe to it, or something.
yeah. And she's
Um,
not a bad vocalist, just not my taste.
Oh, 100% get it. I
Yeah,
know I can tell when you hate something, like
yeah.
I
Theater
don't
tragedy.
yeah, there's no like I don't see people like hating Third and the Mortal. They're just either it's like, yeah, this is cool, but it's not my thing kind of thing,
Yeah,
sort
I
of
was
stuff
looking.
going
I
on.
couldn't find anything about the name. Like
Yeah, I didn't find anything either.
I know they changed it from being like spelling out the third until the letter three RD.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I don't. I mean, it sounds like interesting. It's an interesting name for a band.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah, it
long,
kind of draws your
but
attention in a little
yeah,
bit, so but there's some doom
it was a
elements here and
culty.
there. Like I hear some like kind of Candlemass riffs a little and like in Miss Shrouded, and some
Yeah,
avant like Celtic Frost doom stuff on Death Hymn. But for the most part, like is it doom? I don't know. I think Doom fans liked it, but I don't think it was Doom. But it
I'd
was
say it's Doom
weird and it was from
adjacent.
Norway,
Yeah.
so um and like I said, we're gonna hear before we get into Third the Mortal, we'll hear from our esteemed friend Chris Dick and his thoughts on Third the Mortal because I think he was the biggest Third the Mortal fan of the three of us.
Oh,
And so
easily.
he'll
Yeah,
he'll
and
give some kind of,
cheerleader.
I think, good context for them and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And then halfway through, he'll pop in again to talk about another band that we're about to get into, which is Beyond Dawn. So where are you at with these guys in terms of like Beyond Dawn? Like you being a Pyogenesis guy, I think there's a penchant for you like liking some of this like just what the fuck kind of like, you know what I mean? Like kind of doomy, but avant, but like experimental, but also like kind of fun. Like there's all these different things happening with Beyond Dawn. So, you
there's a
know,
playfulness to it.
yeah.
I think I love when they stopped doing their extreme vocals.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the best
I
era. Yeah.
don't really care about the vocals on Longing for Scarlet Days is kind of it's real hit and miss for me.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
it
then
reminds
once
me into the Pandemonium,
yeah,
like almost like vocal exercises that you would hear like on some of the weird stuff Frost did, or like almost like bad anathema vocals.
yeah,
That's kind of what
it's just
on
like
Moonwomb.
I there's not a whole lot of times where I can say this guy's non-death metal vocals are better than his other vocals.
Yeah,
Like
I
I'd
know,
almost
I know.
always rather hear extreme vocals, but what this Nick Cave, Leonard Cohen, whatever the fuck he's doing.
Lots of
Um,
Michael Gira from Swans. I think that's
yes,
kind of like the
yes.
biggest influence in a way. Nick Cave probably number two, but yeah, I
But
think
like
you're right in there.
that type of, just kind of like talking thing, I think
Hmm.
works fantastic with this band.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, I did you guys cover them in Requiem in the days? I'm trying to remember if there was anything with Beyond Dawn.
We did, we at least reviewed some of them.
Like Pity Love. I remember reading a review, I think, of Pity Love. I just couldn't remember. I've never seen like an interview with Beyond Dawn. Like I don't remember them in Terrorizer very much, or I don't know.
I don't think they toured either.
It said they only toured around Oslo, from what I read.
I
They
thought
were
it
just
might be
kind of
like,
like,
yeah, like one show a year or something. Like,
yeah, it's kind of strange.
yeah, I think there's
But
one of those weird, I don't know, when they start like, dressing up like matadors and all this other shit. It's like
yeah,
so
they're almost
bizarre.
like Dodheim's Guard, right? Like those guys
Yeah.
are just like, what the fuck, And
Yeah.
again, something in the water in Norway, and it's like
But it's funny
just
because they didn't like, it's not like they started getting into there. That's the weird thing about metal, and I don't think any other scene is quite the same way. But how you could be this, you start out as a metal band and you're eternally in that camp, even if you're doing stuff that sounds, nothing remotely like, metal whatsoever.
uh,
And you're always still like Anathema's forever stuck in metal, even though they
yeah.
want to be this progressive rock, whatever the fuck thing, that they've been the last like 10 years, but they're forever in the metal realm. Like Beyond
Yeah.
Dawn could have been, the name wasn't confining to anything either, and like they could have totally been marketed a different way, but they just what were they on Peaceville or I
I
don't
think for the most part,
Avant-Garde or
peaceful.
yeah,
Yeah.
like these weird little labels that are very boutique metal labels, but they weren't really doing metal at all.
I mean, Pity Love came out in Candlelight, and I think by the time you get to
Okay.
Revelry, they're on. I think one of them was on Misanthropy. Maybe it was
Hmm.
Revelry. And then I
Probably I was
think
getting serviced by Misanthropy, so
yeah, and I think by the time you get past Revelry, when you get to like Electric Sulking Machine and Fresh, those were both on Peaceful.
okay.
So,
I like both
yep.
those records quite a bit.
Oh, they're great. Yeah, they're all really fun. So just a little backstory before we kind of start talking about it, just because this is a band that deserves just a tiny bit of history. But they hail from Kolbotn, Koltbun, Norway. I don't know.
Creepy.
Um, Kolbotn, yeah. Formed in 1990, and this is sort of an interesting quote I found from them, and this is from Torre, who is the vocalist and bassist. And he says, I would say our biggest influence, this is when they started,
Hmm.
was Dark Throne. Dag Nilsson, the ex bass player from Dark Throne, was a friend of Peter's, and we thought they were the coolest band on earth and still
Right.
do.
So the first record.
Yep. He says
Okay.
their demo Cromlech was a huge inspiration. Other favorites were Autopsy's Severed Survival, Death's Scream Bloody Gore, Sadist's Illusions, Carcass's Reek of Putrefaction, and Symphonies of Sickness, Nocturnus's Nocturnus demo, and Celtic Frost up until Cold Lake. Winter's Into Darkness was also a big favorite, though it was released in 90. Most of us in the
Makes sense.
band did not follow the route from soft metal to death metal. We came from a hardcore punk background, so bands like Cro-Mags, Fugazi, Dead Kennedys, etc. were also inspirational. And this is the one that kind of made sense, Mark. This is kind of where I was like, I see the pieces coming together. Later, Neurosis's Souls at Zero became a huge favorite, and then
That
Black
makes sense.
Sabbath was also important.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
know
weird
Neurosis
because
was huge in Norway.
okay, that makes sense.
So,
Yeah,
so like very specifically.
And Souls at Zero was like, that first record that had like a lot of weird samples, and we did a whole episode on that,
Yeah.
way back in like episode 101 or 102 or something. So, but yeah, so it's kind of an auspicious kind of start, I suppose. And then they put out two EPs, the 1993's Up Through the Linear Shades, and the 1994's Longing for Scarlet Days. And it's on the Longing for Scarlet Days EP where Dag Midbrod joined, and he brought the trombone in. And that's kind of like really what kind of opened things up in a way. And I mean, I guess, would you compare the trombone for Beyond Dawn to like what the violin did for My Dying Bride? Like, yeah,
I
like,
mean, it was adding another level because trombone, it's like I mean, it's kind of a nothing instrument usually.
mhm.
Um, I think of it mostly as a Star Trek: The Next Generation fan. That's what Riker
Yeah,
played, and I was always like, God, what a terrible, shitty instrument. But
yeah.
what they
You don't
do
hear a
with
lot
it,
of great jazz trombone records. I mean, like
yeah,
it's just not. It's
it's
never been
like
that
running
instrument.
scales or something like. Ugh. But
Yeah,
what it can do because they play it like a cello, so
yeah,
it has these really kind of somber, long, held out things, and I think it works great for them. I don't know of
yeah.
another band that did it, and it sounds completely natural.
Sure. In that same thing, and by the way, both these little quick quotes, they come from the Doom Metal Lexicon 2, from Alexei Evdokimov. Jesus. Evdokimov, a Russian last name. And they're great if you just like kind of like an encyclopedia of Doom. They're not like books, but they come in handy, especially for episodes like this.
Little, yeah, A to
But
Z, and give you some facts.
yeah, but Torre said, talked about the appearance of the trombone. He said it was a plan. It was planned. Dag was a friend of ours and a hell of a musician. His main instrument is bass, but I think he carried on with the trombone from his childhood brass band years. At the time, we were influenced by bands like Dead Can Dance and the Cocteau Twins. Anything big and emotional, really. Always looking for ways to expand our sound palette. So yeah, so I think they were, and again, I think that's what it does. It's almost like an atmospheric thing. Like you said, they play it like a cello. It's just there to add color to everything, but it's not really. Here's what I would compare it to. All right, I compare it to what John Cale does with the viola on Velvet Underground, where he's almost
Totally.
creating like a drone. It just
Yeah.
creates like this sort of drone palette that you can paint on with
Yeah.
all these like kind of different things, and I think that that's it's genius. Like who the fuck would have thought of that, you know?
I think, yeah,
So,
Silver Mount Zion and
mm, yeah,
Godspeed would do similar stuff years later.
yeah. No, you're right. And those I get the same uneasy feeling that I get from some of like Beyond Dawn stuff. And uneasy
Mhm.
in a good way. Like the way you
Yeah.
get uneasy in like a David Lynch movie. It's like I don't know, it's like beautiful, but yet like Mulholland Drive is a beautiful film, but there's moments in that movie where you're just like a ick, like you're just like, or Twin Peaks or Lost Highway or something. And I feel like Beyond Dawn fits with that aesthetic. If you're into that type of like art,
Yeah, and I
Velvet
think
Underground
it
included,
works as it feels true. It's not a put on, it's not being like overly dramatic. It sounds like they're being genuine in what they're trying to do with it. It's not like like they're adding some instrument to be weird.
Sure.
Like it doesn't sound like them without it.
Well, and I think too, I mean, I've always loved Beyond Dawn, but I think going back and like listening to this for, I listen to Revelry a lot and a lot of the stuff, but
Yeah.
even Pity Love, I haven't listened to that record in a while. Um, I think now that I've really become a fan of the Swans, like I
Hmm.
probably wasn't a fan of the Swans really in the 90s. Like I knew who they were, but it
No,
wasn't
I
like you
wasn't
could just
until 10 years ago. Yeah.
exactly. So like now that I can I can hear where a lot of their ideas came from, I almost appreciate what Beyond Dawn was doing a little bit more. I'm like, okay, they were really like stretching for it, you know.
Yeah, I think
Um,
Pity Dawn's a really good record.
Pity Love, you mean?
Pity
Yeah,
Dawn.
I know what
I
you
was
meant. Yep.
transcribing words there, or
Yeah, no,
like
you're all right.
doing some
Yeah,
dyslexia.
and we're going to hear one song from Longing for Scarlet Days, but as Mark kind of alluded to, it's kind of just like the beginning of an idea. It's not fully formed, and like kind of reminds you of like early Anathema kind of stuff. Well, like I said, these weird kind of vocal things that are kind of going on.
Yeah,
There's a great lead at the end though that does sound like the Kavanaugh brothers. So like they're just bathing in Anathema a little bit on that Longing for Scarlet
I would
Days,
agree. Yeah, I
but
think Anathema might have been the most out of the Peaceful Three, for lack of a better term, the
Mhm.
most like achingly emotive. Like
Yeah.
I think Greg, he's like the king of the sad guitar, but it's
Mhm.
like from a distance. And Anathema was like, cutting the wound right open.
Yeah,
My
they
Name
were
Bride
like,
was much more poetic and
yep.
classical. But yeah, Anathema was just it was raw.
I think Paradise Lost were almost like more misanthropic depressed, and like
Yeah,
Anathema was
yeah,
like almost like alcoholic depressed. You're like, ooh, like like
yeah, yeah,
damn,
totally.
like that's a little too real sometimes, and I didn't get that all the time from Paradise Lost. There was like some like space between that feeling,
Well,
like
and Paradise Lost
objectively.
they have humor, and
Yeah, I think it
but
was
there's
like,
always a distance with
hmm
lyrics, everything from their like inner feelings. But I think Anathema was like everything was on their sleeve,
sure,
and that
yeah,
was
yeah.
the great part of them. And now like with I don't really know what's happened to the band after the controversy, but I haven't really felt a whole lot for that band for almost 20 years,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
no, I mean, not really since the record after A Fine Day to Die. That was like the last one I really dug, the
Find
one
it
with the red
exit.
cover. Fine Day to Exit Jesus, which
Find
they named after the Bathory song, and Radiohead Exit Music. So, but
yeah,
yeah, they were a band that meant a lot to me because I think kind of like Catatonia, the
that record still holds
alteration.
up really well. Find Day.
Oh, yeah, Fine Day, and like I said, the one right after it.
What's the
Is
one
it
right after it?
Balance? Is it Balance? Got the red cover. It was '03. Um, has that song at the end where they do like the enslaved drumming. It's like crazy, like weird early enslaved black metal drumming out of nowhere. You're like, what the fuck? God damn it. It
I
had the
haven't listened
song
to that one as
Electricity
much.
on it, Balance, Harmonium. I,
Yeah,
I could picture the whole fucking record. It was a big deal. But that was like the last one I
that's
like
I feel
fell
the
in love
same way
with.
about that as I do about Viva Emptiness from
Oh,
Catatonia. It's kind of
I
like on the way out
yeah. Yeah. I get what you kind of mean there. I don't know. I think
in
Anathema,
retrospect, but
like Catatonia, I think we're going through the same musical changes that we were going through at the same time.
yeah,
Like when
totally.
I interviewed Vincent, like we just talked a lot about like Jeff Buckley and like Nick Drake and At the Drive-In, and like it was just like he was expanding his palette at the same time like we kind of were. And I mean he's a
Hmm.
few years older than us. I think he's actually closer to you and Chris's age, right? The Kavanaughs are. They're pretty young when they started Anathema.
They're probably.
So
I mean, I'll be 50 this end
yeah,
of the
so they're
month.
probably
So
51, maybe 52 at most. But
yeah, I would
yeah,
say
so I think there was something like very intensely personal. Plus, doing a couple interviews with the guys, you develop sort of a friendship. I'm sure it's the same way Chris feels
sure.
about Michael.
Yeah,
There's like a
yeah.
bond that's always going to be there with those guys, with Michael from Opeth.
Hmm.
So,
But I feel like
but yeah,
yeah,
I think
their lyrics were definitely more personal than any other Doom band that was
hmm Yep, yep. And
around.
and when you're kind of angsty in college and thinking deep about poet, like I don't know, Nick Drake and some of the stuff that we were kind of dabbling into then and thinking deeply in film classes, I was like,
Hmm.
it kind of felt good. And now it's like, some of it still holds up, but some you're just like, I've moved past this stage of my life. And
Yeah,
I think they
I
have
think
too.
Judgment still holds up as like because it's just
Holy
so
shit.
raw
Yeah.
and the passing of their mother, like all that shit's
Yeah.
like stuff that fortunately we haven't had to deal with, but you can kind of empathize like
Mhm.
how powerful that was for them and how young they were when it happened too.
Yep.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, I
there's
think
just like a lot of honesty to every bit of that Judgment record and Fine Day as well, but I think Judgment might be the peak for them for me.
yeah, I think Fine Days they're kind of like they're listening to a lot of indie rock, which is
Yeah,
cool.
I
So were
still like the
we,
record, but
Radiohead, and
yeah,
yeah, I love that record, but
but I
it's
still
not a
my
it's not a
favorite go
doom
to
record, you know.
yeah my favorite go to is Pentecost 3.
Yeah, that's a great EP.
I fucking
You
love
know,
that record
I think in terms of like
or
raw,
EP.
like fucking open your veins kind of shit, I think Silent Enigma is like
Yeah,
pretty fucking like woof, just because Vincent's just like singing his ass off because he had no choice because he was like
yeah,
making it up in the studio.
yeah.
But um yeah, so I think, once you sort of move past the Longing for Scarlet Days EP is when Beyond Dawn starts to kind of get interesting with their debut, which came out in Candlelight, which is Pity Love. And this is where you start to hear the cool use of trombone. You get some samples in there. In When Beauty Dies, there's some kind of interesting kind of, eerie samples and stuff like that. And I don't know if I would call it death doom, but it definitely has some death elements, some vocals that come in from time to time and stuff.
Sure.
But it's more like unnerving in the way that like Neurosis was in that era.
I
You
feel like
know,
they've always had the same like I think not every band can do this, but like My Dying Bride, Paradise Lost, Neurosis, they've always had this singular feeling to their
yeah.
music. No matter what kind of stuff they've been playing. Even like, Steve Von Till's solo stuff has this like intense emotional feeling to it. And I think Beyond Dawn has as well. And
Sure.
that so it doesn't it's not quite it's the change in direction. It doesn't feel untrue, or it doesn't feel, it feels completely warranted.
And there's something like really cathartic and weird at the end of When Beauty Dies, where like the death vocals kind of like they come out, they're very like guttural and angry, and they kind of almost
Mhm.
come out of nowhere, and you're like, ugh. It's kind of like the when like a Neurosis part hits, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, like I was not expecting to feel that way, you
Yeah,
know. And there's a
it was
kind of
like
interesting
like the
contrast.
Scott Kelly parts,
Yeah, yeah,
when you're just like, oh fuck, like there he comes.
yep.
Yeah.
And like as an interesting contrast, then the other song we're gonna play from Pity Love, Never a Bygone, like they actually are just sort of like mixing the two, interweaving between like little bits of death vocals interwoven with Queen vocals. So it's like one is like almost all clean When Beauty Dies for most
Hmm.
of the song until the very like last minute or minute and a half or so, and the other you kind of see how they kind of play with them. And it's really the last time you're going to hear death vocals with this band. They don't really
Yeah.
show up anymore after this, but it's an interesting contrast. It's like you know, the whole thing kind of feels like a funeral march, almost like it's just like and maybe it's a trombone, and I think maybe
It's
I
like
associate,
the Louisiana, funeral where you do the little
yeah,
parade.
yeah, New
Yeah.
Orleans, kind of Mardi Gras thing, or like even like I know Taps is played on a trumpet, but like the
Hmm.
way they're doing it, it sounds like the kind of like music you play like at a military funeral kind of thing too.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
got some of that kind of vibe to it. So,
It's
um,
art house doom.
yeah, Our House Dune, I like that, or Avant
Even
Dune,
the
but
cover of the record, it looks like what fuck was the Begotten, the like
hmm.
Catatoni used that cover or a
That
still out
was
of
from
that
that
film.
old. It was from that old Swedish like kind of horror film stuff, right?
Well,
I
that was from
believe,
the 90s.
or was it Danish? Oh yeah, it was
It was modern, but it was
it was
like it almost looked like, like
it,
some old weird silent film.
it looked like a silent film, almost like a
All these like
German
twitching fucking
expressionist
thing.
thing.
It was just a really brutally
You remember watching that in
evocative
college now? Yep.
thing. Yeah.
Was
And
it
I forgot
Jonas
like the
Ackerman or wasn't Jonas Ackercock or the guy that drummed in the first Bathory? Didn't he have something to do with that?
I'm
Am I
not sure.
crazy?
I have to look.
God dang. Yeah. I don't know.
But the Sounds of Decay cover is a still from that movie.
Yes, yes,
And so like
yes,
the Pity Love cover has that same kind of weird, writhing, high contrast,
almost
kind of
like the
German
shadow.
expressionist thing.
I just saw the Eggers, Nosferatu over Christmas break, and like,
What'd you think?
it's 4 out of 5 stars. I need to see it again.
Okay.
Um, I didn't love it. I liked it a lot. I think it's a very good film, but
I've heard very accessible for him.
yeah, yeah, it's the
Also
most,
like more fun than anybody expected.
and that's maybe
More
what
like
threw me off.
campy. Yeah.
Yes, that threw me off, and the vibe. I was like expecting it to just be bleak, and it wasn't, and that's fine. He can
Yeah.
do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
So I think I just
I've
need
heard
to
it
see
looks
it again.
great. I haven't seen it
It
yet.
looks incredible,
Yeah.
but like the cover of Pity Love reminds me of the scene in the Murnau,
Hmm.
Nosferatu, where like the shadows like climbing up the stairs, and it's
Yeah.
just the shadow and stuff. And so that use of light and silent, especially German expressionist films, is really cool, and it's got that kind of artistic vibe to it. And that would be right up the aesthetic of Beyond Dawn, anyways, German
Hmm.
expressionist films, and stuff. So,
Germany.
but what's that?
Germany.
Germany.
Little
I was
Kira.
just
Yeah.
showing. I was just showing one of my special lady friend, Big Lebowski, and she'd only seen like a little bit of it, and she had wanted to see it, and I was pointing out like
Did you
look at
put your
like
sweater on?
I told her I had it on, but the run of German jokes in that movie, like, and how it
Yeah.
builds over the course of the film is just like brilliant. Uli, he's a nihilist, and then like, are these men
As a
Nazis,
mostly
Walter? No,
German
man.
person, I appreciate the weirdness of our like
Yes.
like we're total like sex perverts with S&M stuff.
Yeah.
Very obviously World War II crap that we don't need to go into. Um, but like the precision, but then also complete like hedonism of beer drinking, and it's a very very weird, interesting culture.
And then and then you get the Kraftwerk joke with the Autobahn band, and like it's
Yeah,
just like all there's like German jokes the whole time, and it culminates obviously with Goodman like finally punching them and calling him an anti-Semite. And I was
yeah.
like, it's like a 2 hour German joke just building towards that moment. But anyways, let's get into some music. So
Watch it,
we're gonna
Cohen's.
hear yeah, we're gonna hear from Chris at the very beginning. Then we're gonna hear a trio of Third of the Mortal tunes from Tears Laden Earth, Why So Lonely, Death Hymn, and In Mist Shrouded. Then Chris is gonna come back and kind of set up Beyond Dawn. We already did there, but kind of Chris's perspective on them. We're gonna hear Moonwomb from Beyond Dawn's Longing for Scarlet Days EP in 1994. And then a pair of tunes from Pity Love from 95, When Beauty Dies, and we'll end with Never a Bygone. So we are once again joined for longtime listeners here on Requiem of one of the original Requiem co-founders, along with Mark, Chris Dick. Welcome.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate joining the Requiem Metal podcast. It's been a while since I've been on one of these.
Yeah, I mean, you may have caught like a quick audio like testimonial for something we did. I time escapes me now in terms of like when things were,
Yeah,
if you told me that Emperor show that we did and some of that stuff was like a year ago, I'd be like, yeah, sounds good. But I think that was like 2020 during COVID and stuff. So it's very, time is, very fluid at this point in my life.
I
I'm sure
figured you
you're
were going to
the same
drop
way.
the time is a flat circle.
Oh, could have. Yeah, you guys have just been into some True Detective action. So you and your wife. So
That's
that's
right.
awesome. So for people, I mean, I know most of the people that are listening to this episode are probably diehard Requiem people, but I guess for people that are maybe just discovering Requiem in this episode, give us a little bit about your background in terms of your contributions into metal journalism, and then maybe some of the metal stuff that you're kind of up to lately, because you've got your hands in quite a few cookie jars. Before we dive into talking Death Doom stuff here.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Jason. So, long story short, Mark and I decided to do the Requiem zine in high school. I think we were junior year, I guess. And so we did that through '97. Then we had a schism, I guess if you want to call it that. Then I started Eclipse Zine. So I didn't want to give up the whole zine thing. And then that's when I pulled you in, Jason, to Eclipse.
Yep.
Having courted you at New Moon Records with Tiamat, I guess it must have been Wild Honey.
That was Wild
Uh,
Honey and Tales from a Thousand Lakes. That
Tales,
was
yeah.
our love language was
The,
born that day.
all
So
right, the traditional the hooks and sinkers, right? Um, so yeah, so then I did that, and then I went to school for journalism, college for journalism, graduated, then went over to run a website called digitalmetal.com, and then concurrent to that, I was also offered to write for Metal Maniacs. I did that for a number of years up to their close. And then right as maybe a year or two before they closed shop, maybe I started writing for Decibel in 2006. So since then, um, doing liner notes and biographies for record labels. Currently working on an entire Edge of Sanity catalog liner note project with Century Media. Doing liner notes for labels like Relapse and Metal Blade, you name it.
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and there's even some cool projects you probably can't announce yet, but definitely Requiem people will be interested in something that you're working on here in the next couple of years. So
That's right. Yeah,
can't wait for it.
big project.
So I guess as we dive into this scene, and I think you especially, and then obviously Mark was involved as well, where that you were obviously my gateway drug into a lot of this European death doom sort of stuff. And one of the first bands that you sort of gave me, and it's probably a perfect sort of band to not scare people away completely. And it was a band that actually, Albert, who's also obviously all over this episode, talked about he's had conversations with you before about trying to maybe put Third and the Mortal, Tears Laden Earth as like a Decibel Hall of Fame. What is it about that band when that album came out? Like, what's the aura of that record? You know, because a lot of people don't know it, but at the time, if you were kind of there, it seemed like it was a big record amongst a certain kind of underground sort of group. So, I guess give us some insight. You know, being the purveyor to me of what made that band so special, and you know the resonance of that album, maybe even today, and how it holds up.
Right. Yeah, so I think, the Third and the Mortal were they came out at an interesting time. And I believe the first time I heard them was on the Sorrow EP, and I guess that must have been 92,
He's 93. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
93, yeah. And that was, I was actually writing with one of the then senior writers for Terrorizer, Russ Smith. And he had a small distro, which escapes the name of it, which escapes me now. But he would actually send me letters along with his distro list, and then he would send me like tear sheets or photocopies of his work he did in Terrorizer. And one of the reviews he did was Sorrow. By Third the Mortal, and he's like, "Oh, you got to check this out. I got a copy of my distro. I'll send it to you. Just send me the cash whenever you can." And I think it was like $20, that kind of thing. Back in the day, it was kind of a standard, amount for anything imported was $20. 3 songs, I think. I was like, "Oh, okay, $20 for 3 songs. Sure, I'll get it." And this is kind of an interesting time for Norwegian metal because the black metal thing was starting to hit critical mass. You had Darkthrone, Transylvanian Hunger. That would have been 94. So what people were looking for was something different from the norm in Norway, I think. You had bands like In the Woods, Vedbuen Zenda. There was this interesting strain of avant-gardism, I guess if that's a word, coming from the Norwegians that was different from anything that was coming for the rest of Scandinavia. They were Sweden was pretty much tried and true at that point. Finland was kind of starting to emerge a little bit. I would say Denmark was pretty much nothing, more or less, by that point. But the Norwegians were starting to be a bit, like experiment a lot. Theater Tragedy, Tristania, Flurity, all the usual suspects. And Third of the Mortal were a lot different because they weren't aggressive by any measure at all. In a way, the style that they were doing, which is this sort of metal folk / singer-songwriter type stuff, and it was so new to us that we didn't even know what to make of it. But it was Norwegian. It was out on Had Not Found. The Sorrow EP came out on Metallion's label or John Christensen's label. So we're like, oh, okay, this is good. We got to like this because it comes out from Norway, coming out on a small label. It's John. It's Had Not Found, and it was actually really good. Kari could actually sing. So you're kind of like, oh, this is interesting. So it kind of fit this sort of Renaissance festival / folk music, maybe even like the underground version of what shoegaze was to us, because we weren't really into The Cure, into My Bloody Valentine that much back then, right? I mean, we probably heard it from our girlfriends or something at the time, but it wasn't something we were like plugging into our sound. And in a way, this kind of felt like the 4AD type label of our time, 93, 94. So,
and I think it like kind of in a weird way, most people didn't go the route that I think you and me and Mark went. Most people probably would have went through Lush and Slow Dive to Portishead, and then eventually maybe arrived at The Gathering and Third the Mortal. I feel like The Gathering, Third the Mortal, some of that stuff got us backwards to the trip hop stuff, to the shoegaze stuff in the late 90s. Eventually, we just went a completely different route for some odd reason,
Yeah, I mean, this was our world, right? So it was, we were pretty much, in this little bubble, right? And anything outside of that little bubble was kind of ignored for a short period of time, right? Until the bands that were in that bubble started to do an experiment like the bands that were outside of that bubble. You mentioned Third of the Mortal going like trip hop. They eventually went to like a Massive Attack Portishead type sound later on, which is interesting.
Yeah. And that 2002 record, I believe, I can't remember what it was off I can picture the cover. I like that record a lot, even though it's completely different from what we're about to hear, but
right, that was the Memoirs album.
Yeah, Memoirs. Yep. And then who was the
02.
one? the woman that replaced Kari for a couple of records.
Well, I think there were two singers. There was
there?
there's an Anne Marie Edvardson who was on the painting in glass in this room, and then I think there was a different vocalist for Memoirs. I
You're
think
right. Yeah.
Shirsti Huka.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so she was a totally different vocalist with a totally different style, which I think suited that record, which was
Oh,
again
sure. Yeah.
very trip hop, very, almost like what Morgoth did with Feel Sorry for the Fanatic, which was basically just taking Killing Joke and just totally aping it and doing a decent job of it here and there. This kind of took that whole like Portishead style, that sort of James Bond theme, and put their own twist on it, their Norwegian twist on it.
It's almost like the middle part, and Elver and I didn't talk too much about these records as well because I don't know how big of a fan he is. Had more of like a Dead Can Dance kind of feel. So you went from like
Yeah.
the stuff that they're doing that we're about to hear on Tears Laden Earth
Mhm.
to like a couple of like almost Dead Can Dancey 4AD-ish kind of records, and
Absolutely.
then eventually
Beggars
trip
Banquet.
hop.
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. They did kind of go from being this sort of like Renaissance festival sort of metal, but without like it wasn't epic or goofy. It was
It wasn't
very
power metal.
somber. It
Yeah.
wasn't power metal. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it wasn't. And it was before this sort of cosplay metal thing came to be. Right. It was very understated, um, almost regal in a way, too serious for its own good in parts. Um, and then they went into Painting on Glass, which was like total, Beggar's Banquet, Dead Can Dance, experimentation. And then In This Room was even more experimental and way less memorable, as a record.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they have an interesting trajectory from the Sorrow EP through Tears Laid into what came after.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Is there resonance today? Like I asked Albert the same kind of question about like, do people you think in the scene like remember this band or talk about it, or was it just a moment in time that just sort of passed?
I think they would have remembered this band had Kari stayed in the band, right? Because she became a very, kind of renowned Norwegian singer, right? Pop singer. Well, I guess she was always a bit different. And they didn't really do anything after, Kari, because she was kind of this like lightning rod. She had a look, she had a sound. And when they did Painting on Glass, it was just they kind of like muted that whole front woman thing because maybe they were stung by the fact that she left the band. So I really think that they probably had a chance. Like if you listen to what Kari was doing in Third of the Mortal at that time, and then you look at what Merker is doing now, there's a parallel there that are generations apart, but very similar approach to using Scandinavian folk and sentiment to in without being too metal or whatever, being in more of a Nordic expression, snow, nature, mythology, or religion. Kind of an interesting parallel to these two things. I didn't really think about that until you asked me to talk about Third of the Mortal again, and I was like, huh. Listening to it again reminds me of like what Merker's doing today, only many years later.
And there's even like a little bit of like Kate Bush DNA sort of in there
Oh
too,
yeah,
where
yeah.
Kari's like not quite a pop star, but she's a little like left of center and odd in like a
Agreed.
Tori Amos or
Yeah.
a Kate Bush kind of way, not traditional. And
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see the Tori Amos angle and the Kate Bush angle, because they were alternative, to use that term. That's kind of an antiquated term these days, but they were different from the norm, right?
Sure.
And I think Kari was really different from the norm too, even in metal. And she kind of got wrapped up in the whole Storm thing, right? Which is the Nordved album, which came out in '95. And that's where people, I think, really stood up and paid attention to her. But I think by that point, she was like, I'm done with metal, because she got kind of associated with this national socialistic thing that they were touching on, in which is dangerous because in Norway at that time, and right up to that point, maybe the decade before, Norway had become very nationalistic in a Norway for Norway's sake. And they were, I talked to Garmin, Chris Rigg about this and Ulver, and he said a lot of the folk stuff that they were pulling in was really because there was a Norwegian pride, but it wasn't like National Socialist pride. It was a pride in Norway, and that got misconstrued, I think, with Storm in a way. Plus, they were saying dumb things at the time too in the press. So she really
Darkthrone weren't doing themselves any favors, Fenris, with some of the other kind of weird things that were kind of happening. I think in '94, you know.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, the Norska Risk black metal thing, yeah, and Transylvanian Hunger, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
So I think to that point, though, you know, around that time between '94 and '95, had she stuck with, you know, maybe Third and the Mortal, and had that Storm thing not happened, or that controversy around Storm not happened, she probably would have stayed with them instead of going solo. And then they could have probably become something more renowned, right? They could have become a bigger band had they, you know, used her in a way that, you know, as a lightning rod.
It's interesting to think of like a second like gathering or something like that, you know, or some parallel band that was doing something like that.
Right, correct. Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting, you know, there's a parallel there to what the Gathering did with Mandillion, right? You know, they became kind of much like surprisingly larger than life, and there was an audience for it because at that time, again, metal was, at least extreme metal or underground metal, was trying to break away from the norm, and the Europeans were kind of like the first ones to break that mold a little bit.
as long as you want to lend me your heart, I will shelter it till the end of time. stares into the dark.
Speaking of Norwegian bands that were up to kind of weird stuff, the other band we're kind of covering in this set that Albert and I talked quite a bit about is Beyond Dawn, and
Mm,
definitely a band I'm sure you introduced me to at a certain point. I think Pity Love, but then obviously I fell hard for like In Reverie and Revelry. Those were the big records for me, and
mhm.
early college and stuff like that. Um, how contextualize them maybe for people a little bit and just where they were with like the stuff that we were getting into where Catatonia was evolving and Paradise Lost and
Mm.
Anathema and Bride. It seems like Beyond Dawn was on like a parallel path in a weird way, just doing their own version of it, and they're definitely unique, but I always kind of fit them in my brain into some of that peaceful
Mhm.
three kind of scene. I don't know why, but that's just kind of how I do.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that you're probably not far off in terms of comparing what they were doing into, I would say, Pity, Love, Revelry, and especially in Reverie, which was totally, wild. Um, but before that, they were pretty different anyway, right? I mean, if I think about the promo tape that I remember hearing, I think that was 92, and then Linear Shades or Up Through Linear Shades or Up Through the Linear Shades, I guess it's trying to remember this stuff. That was 93, and I remember getting a tape from a fellow, probably a listener of yours, Dan Zadar, friend, um, and we were like totally just enamored by the fact that there was this extreme band, dark, weird, and I think they have a trombone player, right? And it was just like how does this fit? But if you listen to Longing for Scarlet Days, like they really married that trombone into the fabric, and it sounded so melancholic and so dark, and you're like, huh, this is interesting. That band Sear Bliss also did that, as put a trump or a trumpet into their sound.
Yeah, I forgot they had trumpets. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they just put out a new record, which is phenomenal. It's actually probably my top 10 for the year.
Okay.
Sear
Yeah, I've
Bliss,
heard you.
Sear Bliss.
Yeah, I've heard you talk a lot about it. So,
So again, contextualizing the times, again, bands were trying to do something different from the norm, and Beyond Dawn were very much that band that you could never predict. Going from that sort of weird Celtic Frost agony vocals and trombone and really weird tempo, almost voivod, but kind of like slowed down, like, as if they took cough syrup, like put cough syrup on it or
that's a
something.
really interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah, like a Doom Voivod or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. And then they get into Pity Love, and you're like, well, wait a minute, what's happening here? Like, this is, again, going into the 4AD, Beggar's Banquet, indie kind of alternative sound. They kind of carved that out for themselves. That was mid 90s, right? That was 95. And then by the time they got to Reverie, they were totally off the reservation, to use that euphemism. And by that point, everyone's like, well, whatever they put out, it's going to be weird. And by Frisch, or, they were like in 2003, they were completely bonkers, right? I mean, it was, they're almost like, I can't remember the Röyksopp, the Norwegian electronic outfit.
Yeah, they definitely had some of that kind of vibe to them and some of like the Warp label kind of stuff that was happening around that time. Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, and I just, Revelry came out, I think it was right when I believe that record came out when you and I moved in together, when you moved in my aunt and uncle's house. It was 98. And there was just like I just started dating Jessica. There was just a lot of like, there was an aura going on. And I think I was really getting into like stuff like Tonight's Decision. And like,
Hmm.
I was starting to, feel my emotions, my, older teen, early 20s kind of like deep thing, thoughts like on my path to the Nick Drake and, you know what I'm saying? And like
Yeah.
Beyond Dawn just had this melancholic beauty that was there that was really massively appealing to me at the time, and
Mhm.
even though it wasn't a heavy record, it was heavy in a certain sense, right? Like emotionally heavy.
Yeah, it's kind
Um,
of heavy romantic, right? It's kind of, but not new
yeah,
romantic. It's heavy romantic. It's an interesting sound that, nobody really dared to do even then or after. I mean, maybe like Sadness kind of had a little bit of that Swiss band, which is I think part of your talk sets.
we'll be playing
Um,
them. Yep.
yeah, right. But they, again, they broke up after, after a weird album too. So it's kind of, Beyond Dawn, we're never one of the bands, especially they're a Misanthropy, right, which is famous for Burzum,
Hmm. Hmm.
you know, uh, that label was a British label was really infamous for doing different things, putting out Wolf Slayer Abyss by Mayhem, right? The first Mayhem album after EP, I guess, after De Mysterious. And it was just like, they were kind of pushing the envelope a lot with that roster in the woods, for example.
Your misanthropy, yeah.
Misanthropy, right? And they had a mystery, kind of an aura to them, like, they were the only ones to kind of crack the Norwegian sort of coldness, the cool around the people themselves, by signing all these bands and putting out these records. So it's kind of these all kind of work together in a weird way that almost doesn't make any sense years later. Like, back then you were kind of going with it, and if you liked it, you liked it, and if you didn't, you didn't.
meinen letzten Atem Zug tat. Dann flog ich davon, wie das Laub mit dem Winde. Dann flog ich davon, wie das Laub mit dem Winde. Wie das Laub mit dem Winde.
Was Never a Bygone and When Beauty Dies from Beyond Dawn's Pity Love. Then we had Moonwomb from Beyond Dawn's Longing for Scarlet Days. In Miss Shrouded, Death Hymn, and Why So Lonely from The Third and the Mortal. We heard from Chris a couple times there as well. And we're going to hear from Albert sort of at the beginning of this next set to open up. First, and then we're going to hear, Beyond Dawn's kind of next big metamorphosis. And Beyond Dawn's probably a band that we could, we could do a whole show on, sometime down the road, or whatever. But in terms of like the stuff that even has like a doom gleam to it, Revelry's kind of really where it ends in '98. It has definitely a morose atmosphere to it, but it's much closer to like, the Swans or Joy Division or, Nick Cave or something like that, where it's definitely doomy, but not in terms of the sonic qualities of it. There's a few big guitar riffs here and there, but yeah, I mean, this is like one of my favorite records, not just of like Beyond Dawn, but this is like one of the most listened to records of this era for me. And this is kind of like before you and I were really kind of hanging out. I think it was like the end of '98, maybe '99, where you kind of started coming back in the record store a little bit more. But I think I had just lived with Chris when this came out. I was just starting to date Jessica, so like I have a very like visceral memory, and she really liked this record, so like we could
This
just
was
kind of
like
put it on. And
was this the time like he moved down to Pennsylvania?
think he had just lived with me and then moved from
Like
here.
99 he went down.
Yeah, I think like or 98 even. I think it was late 98.
Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, no, you're right. I think it was 99 because I'm trying to think. Like Chris lived with me. My freshman year was 97, 98. So I lived in the dorms and then fall of 98. Oh, yeah. Okay. And this is like, yeah, Chris was about to move away because Chris lived with me right until when I left for Italy. And I left for Italy in January of 2000. So
Hmm.
he like moved out of my aunt and uncle's house, I think, right at like 1999. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like right,
Yeah.
like December, kind of, graduated from Central, and then I think he headed out right around that time. And then I came back from Italy and had to find a whole new housing situation, which is how I ended up living with Brian.
Hmm.
So, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, sorry that was a little inside baseball, but yeah, that was kind of definitely happening. So, I mean, is this I know you mentioned that you kind of like the post Pity Love era, but is this kind of the sweet spot of this band for you? This record, probably.
I think like Frischke is probably one of my favorites.
That's great. That's the one
Yeah.
that Torre, I'm gonna share in a moment. He thinks is like the best one they ever did. I love that record
I love
too,
that
but
record. It's great.
it's different, but I think this record I kind of associate in a lot of ways Revelry with like Judgment and
Hmm.
Tonight's Decision and Still Life and unlike all that like run that was sort of happening where
The cursory
um
period before they kind of really figure out what they're doing. A
yeah,
lot of
yeah, but those are like
exploratory
big
stuff.
big kind of transitional records, but like they got a lot of listen from like our friend group, like they
Yeah.
were a big deal. And Revelry, like I said, was just like kind of one of those records that ended up on a lot of mixtapes that I was making for people and Stuck and Three Steps to a Chameleon and a lot of these others these songs, Love is the True Pretender. I've heard so much. It's like internalized in me. It's probably like Pyogenesis, like Twin L Blood for you or something, where you're just like you fucking know all these songs like inside and out in a weird way, and it's
Well,
such
it's
a
at a pivotal
odd
point.
record.
Like, I think that, when Twin L Blood came out, it was kind of a pivotal emotional state of my life where I was, you know, living in a different state for the first time ever and um, just trying to deal with a lot of shit. So I think it has more importance than it probably should.
Sure, but it's connected to your like those
It's like an
transitional
emotional
memories.
connection. Yeah.
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 And I think like, like 97 through like 99, even early 2000, like I'm going from like the beginning of college to like, a pretty epic girlfriend for me, probably the closest I've ever come to getting married. And then, you know, kind of deep rooted friendships with like, you and Chris and getting involved in Eclipse and the record store and then leaving for Italy for 6 months. And you know what I mean? Like it was
Yeah.
just like a lot of stuff kind of going on and whatever that music was. And I mean, I think I've told the story on Requiem before, but when I left for Italy for 6 months, I just took 100 CDs with me, and that was it for 6 months. And then those 100 CDs, I know those CDs pretty well. I had to kind
Yeah.
of get pretty intimate with them because there was no fucking iPods and all that kind of stuff at the
Well,
time.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. It was just, I think that's something we're missing now is
hmm,
the great thing is having everything at your fingertips, and the worst thing is having everything at your fingertips. So I think if you can have a record that's maybe not critically lauded as this wonderful thing, but you spent so much time with it that it became that way.
there's
That
this
this
great
might be the
quote.
last era of that, this
Yeah,
time
no,
period.
it's like the pre like saturation of the internet. It's like the early
Yeah.
years where there was still like an innocence around it. But there's a great quote from this British kind of like anti-capitalist philosopher. I've read his book called Capitalist Realism, but he's got some cool YouTube videos that I've used like little clips of, and he's the one that talks about like kind of the power of nostalgia and like all these like kind of different weird things kind of happening. But he kind of says like this sort of current generation is eternally never bored, but yet everything's boring.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
would,
like
I would
that's
agree.
it right there. And I kind of said to my students, I said, "Does this relate to you?" And they all kind of nodded. They're like, "Yeah." It's like we have everything, but like nothing's of interest to us really when it comes down to it. It's just sort of like this malaise,
It's
you know?
so, yeah, because I'm never at a loss for being bored.
Oh, yeah,
There's
same.
so much shit I'm interested in, so much stuff I want to do or watch or
Yeah.
experience. Like I just don't have enough time to like
Yeah.
really like I was watching my son today, and while we were playing, he's walking around and we're dinking around. I'm watching the Jodorowsky's Dune documentary. It's like
Hmm.
the
Yeah, it's a
cultural
fun one.
backdrop for him. And I was
Yeah.
just like, oh my God, like I remember seeing that documentary for the first time. It was just this like little snippet of what could have been and what all these other like things that happened with Alien and Star Wars and like just this one thing in time that affected so many other things. And like how like I don't know, just how fulfilling and rejuvenating finding stuff like that is. Like stuff
Hmm.
that I loved and then finding something else like, oh my God, this is even more crazy. And like that's what I use the internet for mostly
Yeah.
is research and finding like all this stuff. But it started from seeking out people who were experts or knowledgeable in certain fields or, like in hardcore punk or jazz or whatever it might be. And then you kind of, that gave you the starting point. So you didn't have to go through so much crap. You didn't have
Yeah.
to, listen to, insert some crappy jazz guy here until you find like what you really like. And like we're mentioning earlier with Mike, it was, um, he's like, well, what do you like about what really grabs you about this type of music? And when he's talking about like extreme metal, and I'd be like, oh well, the percussion, the percussive aspect of it, like maybe you
Yeah,
should
'cause
check out this or
that was your
this.
gateway, right? Was
Yeah,
was drumming. Yeah, like
yeah,
Fred Anderson, like Hami Drake and some of that stuff. Yeah.
and just well, fuck, what is his name? I was just listening to some of it yesterday. Um, the Jazz Messengers,
Well, Art Blakey.
or
Yeah.
Blakey, like
Yeah.
yeah, like just this like driving,
Incredible. Yeah.
just incredible shit. It's like, oh, okay, so that helped me understand jazz, helped me understand what he got out of jazz, how it worked, like how it reflects into all this other music, and how, all music is really kind of not that different. And I don't know, like I hope other people can get that kind of stuff in the internet era.
Think there's definitely students I have that use it for the right purposes and they are
Yeah.
eternally interested in stuff. And those are usually my like favorite students because they're like they come to my classes looking for like cool shit as much as possible rather than just like like I'm playing like mind-blowing shit in my rock history 2 classes and stuff. And I've definitely had like kids that are just like, like, what the fuck? We just listen to Maggot Brain from Funkadelic. Like, just have a thought. Like, I don't, even if you hated it, I hope you
Yeah.
hated it viscerally and you have, like, that's good. Like, I don't care what your emotion is, just have an emotion. And so, like,
I think when
it's
you
just
can
weird,
watch reels all day
Yeah.
and not really like just keep like one thing to one thing, like we had to, if we wanted to watch a television show, you had to have a VCR
Or you had to watch it live.
or you had to watch it live. And we don't have a shared live experience outside of sports now.
Yeah. I
I
know.
don't think at all.
Yeah.
Um, and just like if you like, there was more of an urgency, like with even syndicated television, like Star Trek Next Generation. When I was a kid, I was there every time a new episode was on. And I was like, oh my God, I got to wait a whole nother cycle of this to see this thing again, unless I record
Yeah.
it or something. Like, there's much more urgency about like now where everything is available. Like, it's just that's why I'm kind of glad that I don't follow a ton of like contemporary like movies and stuff because I just don't have the time. So I'm like, I'm just gonna go back and watch, whatever seconds or some fucking Criterion thing that I've got because I know that's vetted as like
Well,
something that's
I've,
culturally significant or
I
whatever.
think too, you find like your people too. Like I have
True.
a podcast called The Big Picture, and I trust the taste of those people. Kind of like where, like when I would like read movie reviews. I used to trust Peter Travers from
Yeah.
Rolling Stone because for whatever reason, like we kind of vibed on the same shit. Like he liked some things that like I liked that other people didn't. I was like, maybe we're kind of, he's just got like the same aesthetic as me. So I kind of trusted him because I don't have time to. There's so many fucking dumb shit released on streaming and
Oh
movies and
God.
stuff. Like I don't care about most of it, but like
Yeah.
if I hear from like the same like 3 or 4 trusted sources that something's worth checking out, like I'll pursue it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'll be like, yeah, cool, that's worth maybe checking out. And sometimes I save those movies for like the holidays when I'm in a have to like watch movies with my family members. So I'm like, okay, that's a little more mainstream. So I'll just like save that and watch it with my mom and my stepdad, like because
Or if you're gonna go
I'm
to
not
a
going to show
theater
them
with
some weird
friends or
art film.
something. Yeah,
What's
yeah.
that?
Or if you're gonna like
Yeah,
go
or
to the theater with a friend, like
yeah,
that's still a
teachers and
thing.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw Nosferatu and I saw the Bob Dylan movie in theaters, and I mean, the Bob Dylan movie, I got a little teary-eyed a couple times because I was just like overwhelmed with emotion. But no, those are both great movies to see in a theater.
I
But
didn't know
like,
there was a Bob Dylan movie. The last one I saw was at like the main art theater
oh
where
yeah, no, it's a complete unknown. Timothy Chalamet, Edward Norton plays Pete Seeger. It's great. It's pretty incredible. It's James Mangold who did
Wolverine, the
uh
Wolverine movie.
he did Logan, but yeah, and he's done some other
Old
good
Man
stuff.
Logan.
And yeah,
Yeah.
Timothy Chalamet's fucking tits in it. Like he's really
Is that the
good.
Dune guy?
Yep,
Okay.
So yep, he's good. Like he learned 60 songs over the last 6 years and played and sang them in the movie. Like it's pretty impressive. So they're not just like having overdubs or something like that.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, it's definitely a thing. And it's something. This is a big topic in my pop culture course, which is what does pop culture mean to this current generation? And we talk about it. I actually had him read a Chuck Klosterman essay that he wrote like 10 years ago where he talked about, I may have brought it up on an old episode. I'm sure it's come up before, where he talked about how he'll never know a cassette tape as well as he knows Ozzy Osbourne Bark at the Moon because of like the age he had it, and all he did was listen to it all day. And he's like, it's not even my favorite Ozzy. It's probably like my fourth favorite Ozzy or third favorite Ozzy, but I know
Yeah.
that tape better than any other like form of music I'll ever know for the rest of my life because now I have too many choices. And there's something to be said about how you absorb culture at different ages and different eras, and
Yeah, when all you have is either listening to the radio
economic
or
limitations.
the 10 CDs you have.
It's economic limitations and then
Yeah.
some of that stuff too. I mean, like, why do I fucking love Beverly Hills Cop? Well, great, it's a great movie, but I also owned it as one of 4 VHS tapes as a kid. So like, it was like, well, that or fucking Beverly or Police Academy 3 again. What is it gonna be today? So like, so I know Beverly Hills Cop better than like that's my version of fucking Bark at the Moon. And
Yeah.
and I'm sure you had something that was like that too.
Fletch. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So like you just
I've seen
never know.
Fletch like 1,000 times.
Yes, it's just like it just kind of fucking happens. So, but as we get into Revelry and kind of get ready to leave Norway here, I want to read one last quote, and it's from Tore, the vocalist, and he's kind of talking about this era and kind of the metamorphosis that Beyond Dawn kind of goes through, and I thought it was good. He says, "To me, Beyond Dawn was a coming of age band. When we started out, we could not play any instruments. We learned as we went along. You can trace our musical tastes evolving with each release. From death metal, doom metal, goth rock, post-punk, wave and indie to electronic and experimental music. On Revelry, you can hear the influences from the Sisters of Mercy, Fields of Niflheim, the Swans, Sonic Youth, The Cure, etc., sneaking in. I think we were all quite in tune with this progression as it went along. It was a vital playground that and helped me become the musician I am today. To me, we fully realized our vision with our last album, Frisch, but by then all metal influences were gone, or maybe not. The album still contains a cover version of one of our all-time favorite bands, Autopsy. I remember us getting a funny letter from our hero, Chris Reifert, Autopsy's founder, spurring us on. So, yeah. So that holds with what we were kind of saying there. So. In terms of the 2 songs we're gonna hear, it was tough to pick out 2, but I just was trying to find like kind of different flavors, and Stuck's kind of like the centerpiece kind of the album. It's like the longest song on the record, but there's a lot of like up and down kind of emotions and stuff. But it's pretty much doom rock, very melancholic. Like I said, kind of a Lynch movie. It's got a lot of that neurosis, kind of tension release baked in, with a little like trip hop kind of goth seasoning kind of sprinkled on top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess does anyone else
the
sound like this?
percussion part in the beginning is just fantastic. And then when the guitar, finally fucking kicks in.
Finally crashes in, that release moment. Yeah, it's did anybody else sound like Beyond Dawn other than their influences? I was
I don't
kind of
even
trying
think
to think
I
about
don't
it.
think it's I don't think their influence are even in retrospect. I don't think their influences are really that obvious.
No, no. I
It's
mean,
such a blender of shit and then, reinterpret it.
uh,
Like they're really a very kind of like, I don't know, insular like I can't think of another band that was quite so from this type of like stuff that just went after the first release, you kind of see where they're going to go and they just keep
mhm.
going until they're done.
Yeah, it's like Pity Love seemed weird,
Yeah.
and you're like, man, there's some, but you didn't think they were gonna like go that direction. You know what I mean? It's like they
Yeah.
might lean into like this or that, but yeah, it was just like a zig when most people zag or something. It was pretty
And they,
interesting.
yeah, really stuck to it, stuck to their
Mhm. Yeah,
landing.
yeah, that's pretty rare. And then Breed the Jackal is the second song we're gonna hear from Revelry, and pretty similar, but there's kind of some cool like minor chord catatonia ideas that you kind of buried inside sometimes, and
Hmm.
I love the Mad Tea Party kind of album cover too. It's just a really weird, lots of aesthetic choices that are kind of interesting with this band.
Real,
So
real baby on that cover.
is it? Oh
Yep.
yeah, that's right. I didn't pull mine off. I just looked at the screen cap that I was reminded of on
I just
Spotify.
pay more attention to children now since I have one.
Yeah, that's true. There you go. So after we complete our weird kind of Norwegian avant doom excursion that we've been on for a little bit, we're kind of heading back home to America with some kind of meat and potatoes, atmospheric, going back to the real roots of death doom kind of stuff.
Where are we,
Um,
Wisconsin? Is that where this
yeah,
is?
Green Bay's
Green
dusk.
Bay.
Shout out to the Green Bay Packers who just lost the playoff game tonight in the NFL. So our
Good job,
Detroit
losers.
Lions rivals. Yeah, their coach went to high school and middle school with Mark and I. Well, he was younger. Mark didn't know him, but I knew him. So,
Oh,
um, yeah,
well,
Matt
fuck you, dude.
LaFleur. Yeah, exactly. Fuck you for coaching the Packers. No, but
Lions
yeah,
are still
this is
doing good, right?
they are. They
I
got
saw Max Cavalier wearing some jerseys and being very excited. So,
He is excited. Yeah, I need to reach out to Max about this run. We got a bye in the playoffs, which means we didn't have to play this weekend. We're the top seed in the NFC, which we've never gotten in the entire history of the franchise.
oh,
So that bodes well. But we'll see. Fingers crossed. We're beat up. We're the most injured team in the league, but we've kind of like band-aid it. It's like triage like every fucking game, but we've somehow like squeezed through.
underdogs, man, it's tough, but
I know.
everybody
I know.
remembers.
People are cheering us on,
We
so
got
I think
dudes from
people are happy
Brazil that
for
give
us.
a shit about us.
I know, fucking Max. Exactly. I bought my first Mark piece of Lions paraphernalia in my 46 years on the planet. That's how the
Oh, really?
Lions.
I had some in the 80s,
Yeah,
but
just
I
I
did not
mean,
buy it myself.
yeah, you get like sweatshirts. I don't think I had
Yeah.
Lions stuff, but I had a
I
bunch
had
of
a Bubba
49er shit.
Baker jersey as a
Oh,
kid.
there you go.
Yeah.
Um,
Don't know much about him outside of that. I had the jersey, but
yes.
cool name,
Yeah. Cool name, man. Um, did you know about, I didn't know much about Dusk. Obviously, I know the next band we're going to talk about, but did you
Yeah.
know anything about this Majestic Thou and Rune record?
I remember hearing the name.
Hmm.
I do not. I don't know why I just did almost a Trump thing there, but ah, I don't know. I don't remember much about what they sounded like, but I remember seeing or like hearing the name or seeing the logo around and in
Sure.
things.
I mean, it was on it was on Requiem Records, which is really funny, but obviously a record
I'm gonna
label
sue
that I
them.
don't know anybody else that was on,
Yeah.
so like distribution wise, probably not much kind of going on there, but
There's probably somebody that was doing like, I mean, I had a very short-lived Horizon's Edge distribution. I could have put out a record if
I
I wanted
remember.
to. Like,
Yeah.
everybody was doing shit, so I don't know what if there was LPs, if it was just CD pressing. Like, there was a lot of that kind of stuff happening.
Sure. Um, Pretty good. I actually listened to this whole thing. I ended up trying to see if I could kind of find it. I was like, man, this is surprisingly really interesting. It's like kind of My Dying Bride meets like kind of Disembowelment. It's like it's kind of taking
Yeah,
like a little bit of that kind of thing going on. The
I feel like the U.S. really took on the My Dying Bride aesthetic more than any other band.
I was gonna say that's kind of what the vibe I get from going back to even
Even
Avernus, which we
Murgeon's like,
yeah, Morgian, yep. Um, the the Transfiguration, the song we're gonna hear, and so it was, and it was so sorry, the in parentheses, um, really interesting, like rhythm section stuff going on. I thought like that's one of the more interesting aspects of Dusk, and I guess that's an attribute of Funeral Doom, right? Is like the lurching guitar mixed with sometimes like blast beady kind of weird percussive speed that's like doesn't feel right, but yet that's kind of I don't know.
Yeah,
What's
the
your take
drums are
as
very
a drummer
weird
kind of guy?
on this record.
Yeah,
The recording is like severely disjointed between the rest of the music and the drums. And
it's
I
like
don't
two
know.
different bands.
Yeah, it sounds like you're recording through like you're recording straight through the board for, guitars and everything else, and the drums are recorded in, a tin box. It's just very weird. And I don't know how this if this was like at first I looked it up it was an actual drummer. I didn't know if it was like a drum
The
machine
drum machine.
with
Yeah.
like, reverb or something on it,
Speaking
which is not
speaking of
un
Horizon's Edge
uh,
distro, right?
yes. Yeah. We had Elysian Fields.
Yes.
I sold at least almost 20 copies of that
Elysian Fields. Yeah.
back in 90.
That's
Yeah. Yeah,
yep.
because I was getting incredible deals back then for stuff. It was such a weird setup, but
Didn't mean to throw you off your game. I'm sorry. What were you saying about Dusk though?
no, just it was a bizarre the like the recording of the drums and everything else just sounds so uneasy. I don't know. It's a very weird mix.
That was something that you heard though in some of the Funeral Doom stuff, like Disembowelment did little bits of that here and there,
I've
and some of the others, but maybe
hot
not to
hot
this
take is
extreme.
I've never been a fan of Funeral Doom.
Yeah, well, I knew that. I knew that. Evoken's kind of like an exception where I think we all kind
I
of like certain parts of them, you know?
I feel like
So
they've shed a lot of that over the years.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
For I think for the best. Um, and like like Bethlehem and Skepticism, like a lot of that stuff. I'm just like, I don't know. I'd love for somebody to say this is the hook for me in this, or
I
the
think it's
lack
like
of.
do you listen to do you like Brian Eno, like ambient stuff or any of that kind of music?
Like music for airports and shit.
Yeah, and stuff like that. Just out of
It's
curiosity, because I feel like
it's
Funeral
fine, but
Doom's kind of
it's
like
not.
that. Yeah. I
But
think
I'm
it's
like
like the
I'm.
same thing, right? It's just like background, kind of like a vibe or something like that, you
But
know?
when somebody's growling and there's heavy guitars, I expect more.
I get it. Yeah. I'm just saying, I think that's the like aesthetic idea. I'm not saying it
Yeah,
works. It's just like, I think that's maybe the approach is like, just like being it's like Neurosis without like the payoff moments or something. You're just kind of in an atmosphere
and
and
that's most of Neurosis is not payoff moments, but what like hearing Funeral Doom stuff, I'm not sure what the draw is. I've never really like it's never really grabbed me
yeah.
for whatever reason. And
Would you put these guys in or just like have them, are they enough like weird, esoteric kind of like Death Doom that it still like has some charm?
it's borderline, I think.
Yeah, yeah, I'm curious. I didn't know where they rate on the thing.
Because like Disembowelments, it's fine, but I'm never like, oh man, I really want to listen to that record.
Yeah, I get it. I don't pull that stuff out very much at all. Yeah, it's
It's like
almost like
it's
an
like a
I'll
that's,
pull it out as an intellectual exercise because I feel
sure.
that I need to like know it, but I don't like derive. I'm not like in the mood for like, oh man, I want to hear track 3 from Disembowelment today. You know, like
Yeah, like it's
it's like I
maybe
don't
like in
even.
a live experience or like
Yeah,
I really don't know. Like I've never asked anybody that is a huge fan of that, like what, and even the early Evoken stuff, it's not quite as there's always something there for me.
yeah.
Um,
No, they're
like the
they're
drums are
a
always
cut
doing
above.
something
Yeah,
interesting or whatever.
great guitar riffs, inventive stuff. You know,
Yeah,
good leads. Yeah,
yeah. So when it's just like oh my God, just bleak and slow and nothing is happening. That
yeah.
that doesn't do anything for me. Like I think Force of Equilibrium is as close as I get to
Mm.
Funeral Doom, and it's not even anywhere close.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, you know me, I'm not listening to a lot of Funeral Doom either. You know, I can
Yeah,
like intellectualize it, I suppose, so I can be
sure,
kind of like
sure.
neutral or I would say this. I'm pretty like I'm like agnostic. I don't really
Trying to
care.
understand it. Yeah,
Yeah. Like if somebody was like, dude, sit down and like listen to like this Funeral Doom song, I would do it and I would like
Sure.
try, but I don't actively seek it. How about that, you know?
Yeah.
So the thing I thought was really kind of interesting about this song was the like the middle section where like the female vocals kind of like drift in. It was like eerie and cool. Like I was like,
Mhm.
oh, that's an interesting use of that, you know, different
Yeah.
than maybe some of the stuff we heard in Norway earlier in the episode. So
Yeah, I'd agree
um
with it.
like I said, it's just a real I you know I, Albert and I never really talked too deep about it. The mystery of like what does Morgian and Dusk have to do with each other? Because Dusk is called Majestic Thou and Rune, and Morgian is among Majestic Rune. I'm like, is that just like a fucking happy accident, or is this like,
Well,
were these guys pen pals? You know what I
I
mean?
feel
Like I don't
like
fucking know.
Morjan was trying to come up with the most like obtuse song titles too, like the
Something. Yeah, Relic
Basking
of
Under
Darkened
the
Past.
Sun of Dark Sun.
Black
Like
Sun Dawning. Yeah, it was
okay.
there's a thing happening there. So
Yeah.
let's talk about them because you have, I think, this is like kind of the sweet spot of when you were at Relapse. Um, you know,
Was the morning
California
record? Was that the one that
was
was that relapse?
well, this one was among Majestic Rune in '96, and then I think the one after it is the one that had the sun on it. That's got like more of the yellowish tan kind of cover. This one was like more black cover, I believe.
The
Black and
black and
like
brown?
black and brown, yeah.
I had like a subway poster of this album in my apartment
Okay.
in
Yeah.
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so like what are your memories of these guys like being that you were kind of working at Relapse at the time? Was there any like push around these guys or like
There's a
anything?
lot
I
of
don't
yeah, I
know.
mean there's a lot of for what I remember for what they sounded like, I think there was more push than what was deserved.
Mm,
Um, that's going to my taste as well.
sure.
But like going back and listening to stuff, it's like it's fine, but there was European stuff that was really grabbing my attention more. And I think,
These guys
in
kind of got
retrospect, it's
overlooked by
better than I
us.
remember. But
I'm sorry, what was that?
in retrospect, it's better than I remember.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
like
it held up better
as
than I
exciting
expected it to.
as other stuff to me.
Sure. Yep. I mean, there's some like tremolo riffs that, are kind of big, like here and there. I think at the end of Relic, there's a little bit of one.
There's like good, heavy, soulful, mournful riffs and whatever,
Yeah,
but
there's some,
there wasn't like, I don't know, just like what Bride would do, or what Anathema or Paradise Lost or Cathedral. Like everybody else was hitting the things that I wanted more than a lot of these other bands.
yeah. Well, and I think like the record actually after which one was it? I gotta look it up. Morgian. Um,
They didn't really
they're
last that long.
well, they had the one that was after it in '99 was actually really kind of interesting. Solinari. Do you remember that one?
No.
That's the one that had like if you saw the cover, you'd be like, oh fuck, I completely remember it. And parts of it were good. Parts of it were kind of like uneven, but I think they were actually trying to do something a little bit different with this sound than maybe what you get here, which is kind of like you said, like a B movie level version of like what European Death Doom was doing, you know?
Yeah.
Um and there's nothing wrong with B movies every so often. Like like I
Sure.
get that,
But
especially
I
if it's
think
something I
in
like.
'99, I was more interested in stuff outside of death metal too.
Sure. Yep. 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 I mean, I
I was
remember this
sticking with
stuff.
like the bands I knew or like followed intently, but I was like kind of branching out a little more at that point.
And even like '96 when Among Majestic Rune came out, like I remember basking under a Black Sun Dawning on the UHF VHF
Hmm.
sampler that Relapse and Nuclear Blast put out, but I was like, I was listening to the Dissection song and the fucking Amorphous song and Dismember. You know what I mean? Like there was
Hmm.
like other things that were like taking my attention. And so I just feel like they were always kind of in the wrong place. And maybe, I don't know, like if Morgian's around a couple years before, if this record comes out in like '93 in America, maybe like people are like, whoa, that's fucking interesting. That like there
Yeah.
wasn't much of that happening. But I just think by '96, there was just a very, I don't know. Like if I was interested in anything like this, like it was Mind Rot,
Yeah.
because
Or
Mind Rot was getting
or
pushed real hard.
Neurosis.
Yeah, Neurosis,
Like
exactly. Yeah,
through Silver
exactly.
and Blood is like I would
96,
listen to
you
that
know?
record, 1,000 times more than a Mudrian record.
Yeah. So it's
Just
good
like
stuff. I
there's an
mean, it's
emotional
better than I
truth to
remember
it
it,
that just
but
hit. But yeah,
yep. Yeah. I mean, again, a lot of the stuff like that Albert and I, when we were kind of chatting about this, I think the intent is like this is for like the heart, this is like the deeper cut stuff. This is
sure,
like the
yeah.
the B level, not Beyond Dawn so much, but like these are maybe the bands that you could never do a full episode on, minus, like I said, Beyond Dawn being maybe an exception to that. But it's like here's this, like you said, potpourri. And so I think there's value to Morgion, but like,
Oh,
are
totally.
you gonna sit down and listen to like a whole record all the time? No, but like if you threw a Morgion song in like a 90s metal mix, Relic of a
It has its
Darkened Past,
place.
not a bad
Yeah.
way to
Or if
go.
you're doing an
It's
American Doom episode, like they
fuck
have their
yeah, there
place.
it
But
is.
yeah,
Yeah, they had a place in the 90s for sure,
yeah.
so um yeah, so it's just there. This is it's weird because you know like we're not all emotionally attached to like all of these bands. I don't think Albert is either, but I think it's just the idea that there was this undercurrent of death doom that was this weird kind of amalgamation of genres that was starting to develop in this time period based off of what Paradise Lost or Celtic Frost had done, and they all kind of like ran in a bunch of weird directions, and there was really no like cohesive scene or definition for any of it, and it was just like I was like a lot of different flavors, and I don't know if there's
Well, in
any way to
retrospect, we can kind
intellectualize
of see
that, but
more kind of connections to
yeah,
all this stuff. But back in the day, they didn't necessarily seem like they fit together. It was just
yeah,
all this. There's
well,
so much stuff back then.
yeah. And Morgian was just another thing that like I saw in like relapse ads, underneath
Yeah.
like amorphous algae, and I was like, well, I'm more interested in amorphous algae, like
Hmm.
I don't know. It was like one of those things where like I didn't have like disposable income, so like I had to like if somebody gave me a promo of it, I probably would have listened to it, but I wasn't gonna like actively like go, when
You go
I
with
could buy like
a proven commodity. You know.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So, all right, well, let's get into it. We've got Albert. Oh, we're gonna hear for the third time coming up. Then we've got Stuck and Breed the Jackal from Beyond Dawn's Revelry. Then we've got the Transfiguration and It Was So from Duska's Majestic Thou in Rune from 1995.
Not sure
And
what that
then
means.
yeah, I have no fucking clue. And then for Morgion's Among Majestic Rune, which is the spiritual sequel to Dusk's Majestic Thou and Rune.
Yeah.
I feel like they're like there's a narrative going on there. Maybe it's like
They're
East
in the
Coast,
same
West Coast
place,
hip hop,
among the
you know?
majestic ruin. Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe they're like a rap battle. They're just kind of like, like
Okay.
doom battle. We've got Relic of a Darkened Past, and then we're gonna end with Basking Under a Black Sun Dawning.
For me, like they're Death Doom guys. It's really it's the EP. Some of Pity Love, the first record. I think their best album might be Revelry. Like,
Yeah, which we're gonna talk about.
right, awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So speaking of that, in this next set, we're gonna start with a tune Stuck from Revelry.
Mm.
And I kind of wrote, I just said like to me, this record when it came out was right in line with what the Peaceful Three were doing in like 97, 98, which was making these I mean, for lack of better words, non-metal records that were metal records, but like they had all of the vibes. What do you think was going on, not just for Beyond Dawn, but just within that scene and those type of bands where they were doing so much experimentation in that period of 97, 98? Do you think it was just disinterest with metal or just embracing their other interests outside of metal or kind of a combination? It's always been that mysterious question, like what the fuck was going on in 97, 98,
Why
so
things get so weird?
yeah,
Because I think they had to. I think in some ways, like death metal and extreme metal as we knew it at that period had to kind of die a little bit in order to move forward and to, if everybody just kept, writing Morgoth records, we'd never have old school, new wave of old school death metal now, would we?
yeah, it's true, it's
So,
true, yeah,
like
yep.
I think that I think that that's just where, people are young and restless and getting tired and of a certain style, and I think it's completely natural. I mean, you just look at it like you can apply that to any context, like bands 3-4 albums in, what's the fourth Radiohead record, Kid A?
Yep.
To me that's like, you go what Pablo Honey to Kid A in 7-8 years.
Yeah.
It's the same idea as like,
That's Serenades to Alternative 4, I
right.
mean, it's that kind of run, or whatever. So,
So I just think it's kind of a natural progression
yeah.
for artists and musicians really to end up there. It's just kind of funny because like that style of music, was only wasn't even really a decade old. So it just happened to everybody at the same time who was there at the start.
Yeah. Do you think is it appropriate in my brain to put an album like Revelry in with those records in like the late 90s too? Do you see why I would do that? Because I was like kind of embracing Beyond Dawn at the same time I was embracing Anathema and Paradise Lost and some of that kind of stuff. Or do you see it as something completely different? Maybe it's just the
No,
vibe, the melancholic vibe of it, or something. I don't know.
I mean the vibe is there, but I mean you just have to look at Peaceville. They signed the band in '99. The record that follows Revelry, that its name is escaping me right now. You probably know it. Um,
Fresh.
no, that's at the end. Wow,
Okay, fresh.
I'm having a Mark and Jason
There's
moment
In
live on the
Reverie.
show.
There's the In Reverie EP, but that came out on Ibon Records.
Here, I'm gonna get up.
Okay, do it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember too. Because we're not playing something from it. We're just playing something from Revelry. But as soon as you say it, I'm gonna be like, God damn it, I knew that.
Yeah,
Um,
wait, I got it. Hang on. It is
oh, I need to see
Electric
this.
Sulking Machine.
Oh yes, with the
Yeah.
blue cover.
Yeah.
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 Yep. Yep.
So, like, I mean, that's 99.
Yeah.
99 Catatonia wind up over there with Tonight's Decision. Um, it all, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
And I think it's all like 99 is really, I mean, we're getting way off the track here, but 99 is really kind of interesting when you think about it. You think about those bands, My Dying Bride going back to their roots with Light at the End of the World,
Yep.
Anathema doing
Eternity.
Judgment.
Eternity or Judgment. Yeah. Judgment's
Judgment.
99. Yep.
Typo Negative's got World Coming Down,
Yeah.
99. There's a lot of like
Yeah.
99's kind of more interesting than I think people give that year credit for, but that's a
It
whole other
was, I
discussion.
mean, I was in like full record store. Like I was locked in. I thought 99 was great.
Mm,
People don't talk about it the right way, but I was, I was floored with all the different flavors that were coming out. It was just like, whoa, like you didn't know what every band was going to do on the next record. It was such curveballs coming.
right. It was exciting. And you had, again, this is, you can edit all this out, Mark. I apologize. But
That's great.
like, like you just think about death metal coming back in 99. Like you really had like your post Nile at that point. Um, Morbid Angel actually made a good record in 98. Like there was a
Yep.
lot of stuff that
Yeah.
was trending in a positive way, even though like mainstream wise it was all, Korn and Limp Bizkit, et cetera, et cetera.
I guess for you mentioned before, why is Revelry such a great record for people maybe that are new to Beyond Dawn and haven't discovered it before? Like, why
Because
is that one?
I think that one in particular is like they're in their sweet spot where they uh they're still metallic enough with their sound. They haven't like gone the full experimental trek, but they've evolved as confident songwriters on that one where, the kind of super gothy tropes, they're gone by that point. Like you still have moments like Stuck is on there. Tender is another one that I think of.
Three
Uh,
Flutes to a Chameleon is a
yeah,
pretty killer tune. Yep.
yeah, I mean his Michael Gira voice is in full effect on this one. He's kind of got greater control of it, where on Pity Love it feels like he's just kind of like almost overdoing it, like to just I'm going to try to sound exactly like Michael Gira, wherein he's like kind of in his own, he's got literally his own voice at by this point.
Good.
Like I said, it's that middle ground for them where they're out of straight up Death Doom, but there are a couple releases in to that where they kind of have their own solid footing, where they haven't just like completely abandoned and turned it into the art project it is at the end of it.
Yeah, and their band, it's funny. I think when we were emailing back and forth talking about this episode, I hadn't even thought about putting Beyond Dawn on this because in my mind, I'm like, we're gonna do a Beyond Dawn episode someday, Mark and I, because they're just like you said, they're totally underrated. I think I'm waiting a little bit because Radical Research did an episode like 3 years ago, so I need to give like a little
Oh, got
space.
hit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want to like turf warfare, you know what I mean? I mean, they did a Pyogenesis episode, but that was cool. They just focused on Twin L Blood, I think, so it was all good.
Yeah,
But
Jeff and Hunter are cranking out episodes though, so
I
don't
know.
worry. That's probably like 100 episodes ago for them now.
Exactly. So even though we kind of talked at the beginning of the episode about how the US didn't really have like a big, kind of death doom scene, not like what Europe had, there were a couple like kind of interesting anomalies. And after the Beyond Dawn song, we're going to actually turn back to the States for a pair of bands, Dusk and Mudrian. Thoughts on these two bands and why did they use Majestic so much in all of their album titles?
Majestic was a very, very US Death Doom thing, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, Dusk was really good, but man, they were so overlooked because of the label. Whereas Morgion had the benefit of ending up on Relapse, which was huge. Morgion would have had the highest profile out of any US Death Doom band, even more so than, November's Doom, which, have managed to make a long career out of being a Death Doom band, a US Death Doom band. That is no mean feat. But, they were always on smaller labels where Relapse's profile was obviously much, much higher. And I believe the 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 release that we'll be playing tracks from Among Majestic Ruin, I believe that was recorded as a demo and sent to Relapse originally.
Oh,
And
interesting.
just like we could put this out. This is great.
So
Uh,
Solinari was like the first like actual studio
I
record that they did.
believe so. I believe
Huh.
that sounds like something that I read back in the day. I'd have to ask Rhett
Don't worry
to
about it.
get
Don't worry about it.
confirmation. Rhett, if
It
you're
sounds right,
listening.
you know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, it's like those bands didn't really tour because where are you going to play? How are you going to put together a US tour of that style of music in that time in 1996? Just playing any show was hard, you know?
Tough, yeah.
I mean, I remember like having to just drive into some bar in New Jersey in 1996 to see Evoken because that's as far as Evoken we're going to play in 1996, you know? So yeah, it really is just like, the why, you can keep going back to the whys, just the opportunities are not there for bands like this then.
Yeah, the geography is just like against them, for
Right.
sure. Yep.
But Morgion would have been best positioned out of anybody being on Relapse. And
Yeah.
they did tour eventually, I think on the next record. I think they may have been on a Contamination tour.
Did you get into those bands as much, or were you kind of more into the European stuff and kind of had like an appreciation for what Dusk and Morgian were doing? That was how we always were. Like I dug them, but like because they weren't from Europe, I maybe didn't like get as into them as I probably should have back in the day.
They got
I don't know.
penalized a la the
I,
US black metal bands.
a little bit, yeah,
Yeah.
maybe, yeah,
I
yeah. I don't know.
not, maybe a little bit with Dusk for me, but Morgion I absolutely loved. I loved Among Majestic Ruin. Like to me that I thought that sounded great. And obviously, we're not gonna we spent many hours on this, but as a huge Evoken fan, like they were, I to me they stood with those band with the European bands. So I don't think I personally had that hang up of like, oh, you can't be from this country and play this style. It was always like, oh my God, some band's actually doing this here. Like, this is so cool. Who are these people?
As Basking Under a Black Sun Dawning and Relic of a Darkened Past from Morgion. Then we heard the Transfiguration from Dusk, and we opened with Stuck and Breathe the Jackal from Beyond Dawn's Revelry. So we'll end part one with one more brief appearance from Albert, kind of just commenting a little bit on his thoughts on the Dutch kind of doom scene that was definitely prevalent, and we've done episodes in the past on the Gathering and on Celestial Season. But there's a third band that sort of maybe kind of enters the scene, and this is a band I had no idea who they were, but as I started to kind of like, Albert and I kind of came up with a initial list, and then I of course did what I normally do, which is fucking go off the deep end and start looking at just like, oh, okay, that was kind of going on, and I stumbled on these guys, and I had no fucking idea who they were.
Yeah, did I? I've never heard of them before.
Yeah, Officium Triste. They had this fucking incredible debut called Nivavum. They're from Rotterdam, so they're a Dutch band. It was on Teutonic.
Sad service, as in a funeral.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. They were on Teutonic Existence Records.
Never heard.
What yeah, and I just this band certainly missed me in
Very into
'97.
German.
Yeah, which is weird because this is the kind of stuff that Chris was usually on top of back then, but maybe it was just like he didn't get service, or who knows. It
This
was
is
just
Celestial
like a weird
Season Part 2 for me.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
They have a lot of that sort of vibe to them, I don't know. It's like a great rhythm section. Kind of really reminds me of like the stuff Rick did with Bride, or even a little bit of like the weird stuff Jonas would do in early Catatonia. Just
Sure.
like weird, like bass drum flutters and stuff, like Bray Murder Day almost or something. But
No, I think
tell
Rick,
me
the
about your
original drummer
Celestial Season take.
from Bride. I think
What's
what Rick, the original My Dang Bride drummer,
Yeah,
he brought to Doom was, I mean, every drummer in My Dang Bride sense he's like the Andy Whale of Doom. Everybody else has played, well, one other drummer, three other drummers, two other drummers with bolt thrower.
yeah.
Like these drummers really set a kind of I don't know, like this is like this is the band sound. Even I would go so far as to say, like with even though like he's no longer in the band, but with Dark Tranquility with oh Jesus, what the fuck's his name?
Oh, Jens, or what the fuck is his name?
Oh God,
Anders Javarp.
Anders Björp. Like
Javarp,
what he brought to Swedish death metal was completely his own in drumming. Rick, I think, did the same thing with My Dang Bride, and it carries over in a lot of other bands.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's like a weird remnant of Bill Ward or of, I don't know where exactly that really busy, Mike Smale and the first, from
Kind of, it's a jazzy kind of approach to it,
But it's like
what Bill Ward was doing.
I think it's easy when the band is so slow that you can be a little more busy with the drums. and that kind of worked its way into this record as well. I was like, okay. They had a lot of the stuff that was a lot of like the early Celestial Season stuff with the very guttural vocals. The production sounds really good on this to me still.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm surprised I never heard of this at all, but it could be just the time period.
Saturation. 97 is a weird time. You know,
Yeah.
you were kind of like in and out of like you were sort of drifting, especially when you and Chris kind of stopped with Requiem. You know, I don't think you were as plugged in maybe to
Oh no,
everything,
I
you
was
know.
kind of done with a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, and again, if you don't, the internet was around, but if you didn't know where to look, you weren't going to find it. And I doubt this band had like a lot of promo presence, you know. So it's just
Yeah, I mean on
strange
that
that
label.
nobody. Well, and it's just really strange that nobody in our inner circle who was tuned into Celestial Season and Gathering and just that it just didn't come up. You know, like
Hmm.
this is the kind of thing that like Brian would have discovered, right?
Yes,
Because Brian was
absolutely.
hungry after looking for this shit. And I wonder if he knew who these guys were and it just never came up in conversation because he would always show me like weird. And that was, you know, Brian had his issues, but we're talking about one of my
Sure.
former roommates and writer
Brian
for
Allen.
Eclipse and things like that, Brian Allen. Yep. But he had a hunger for like digging deep and stuff, and I always appreciate that about
Hmm.
his taste in metal, you know. But yeah, it seems like this is something Brian should have showed us, I suppose, is all I'll say
Feel
on
like it.
that. But
You get a hold of
um,
them and chew them out a
yeah,
little.
what the fuck, dude? Yeah, like, do you know these guys? You know, so, but I mean, like, you know, you say it's Celestial Season, but like Dreams of Sorrow, the band that I kind of like think of with, especially with the main riff and its kind of earwormy kind of aspect, it reminds me of October Tide a little bit too, you
Okay.
know? Um, like a band that like has a lot of the Catatonia, Paradise Lost influences. It even has some of the members, but like it's just different, just like a little bit like kind of
Hmm.
off, you know, not quite there, but still sounded clean, catchy, had all the stuff kind of working for him. But I love that fucking ending of that song too. That like little lead for like with 40 seconds left, it's super like fucking triumphant. It's like
Oh,
weird.
it's
Like
like
what
an
did they
Iron
do?
Maiden lead.
Yeah, it's like holy
Yeah.
shit, this came out of nowhere, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, it's cool, you know. And I think like if you can
Yeah.
track
Put
this down,
Triumph and
like
Doom at the end. That's my
yeah,
for the song.
exactly. But like I end up picking this whole thing up, and it holds up well. I have no idea if it's available on vinyl, but I managed to track it down on CD. It's good record, you know. So, and I looked
Is
on
it a
Metal
recent
Archives.
reissue or?
I'd have to go upstairs and look at the copy I've got. I'm not really sure. I'm sure it's not the original, you know, put out on or
No,
Teutonic
that's
Existence or
no.
whatever. I'm sure
I don't care
somebody's
about
reissued.
originals unless it's Dismember
Yeah.
or Voltor or something. But
Yep. Yeah. But I'm not sure on vinyl. You know, no idea. But it did have 100% rating on Metal Archives, which is, you know, people that
pretty
know it.
pretty
You know what I
rare.
mean, and know it's pretty good. You know, so I don't think it had a lot of ratings. Probably like three people or something. You know, rated it and
Yeah, but I
stuff.
mean,
So
like even like fucking Gorguts, Erosion of Sandy has like a 65% or something.
yeah, well,
You
it's a
know.
pretty divisive record. You know, for some people, oh, it's too busy. You know, whatever.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, so this is kind of the band. We originally, like I said, intended this to be a kind of a longer episode, but it got kind of big, and a lot of doom stuff is longer songs and stuff. And plus, we had the interview clips. I was like, let's just space this out, so it'll be hopefully a little shorter than you know some of our recent you know episodes and stuff, but maybe a little
Yeah.
bit more digestible for people. So you know, this is kind of we're ending part one here, but when we pick up in part two, we'll be back over in Europe. So like Officium Triste is kind of the band that gets us over to stuff happening in Denmark and other countries kind of you know scattered around. We'll even end up in Brazil at one point and some other kind of cool stuff that's kind of going on there. So um yeah, so before we kind of got out of here and said our goodbyes, it's been a while. I don't think we got a chance to really do feedback in the Bill McClintock episode, so I kind of collected a little bit of it just to sort of share. But we had a guy near Christmas Day, John Burkholder Travis, tagged us on a big kind of post he did where he was kind of counting down the best records of the year, and he was talking about Crypt Sermon, and he had
Oh
his
yeah,
number
that was
two
great.
record. And he said, I hadn't listened to Crypt Sermon before this year. I had, heard of the first album at some point, but I discovered them through the fantastic Requiem Metal podcast, who do long form histories of bands that are more like audiobooks than podcasts. And so he kind of like shouted us out. And then at the end of that post, he said, also check out the Requiem Metal podcast. I'm not joking. It's run by a history teacher and an artist who does many Decibel magazine covers. And they put together some of the best long form histories of bands, full over interviews with members of bands and others in the industry. So thank you, John Burkholder Travis, for doing a little shout out there. That's always nice, and hopefully gets the word out to people a little bit. So, and then it wouldn't be an Elbert episode if we didn't actually get. I'm sure you saw the email that we got, but I thought we should read it. But it was just a one sentence email from Albert Mudrian from Decibel, and I think it goes back to I think it was the cemetery episode where we were talking about gloom down, like a breakdown, but it's like a gloomy breakdown. And he just said it's not a gloom down, it's a break frown. So that's the proper terminology for a gothic gloom doom sort of like, so you call it break frown. There you go. You heard it from expert himself, Albert Mudrian. So thank you for that. Got this on the cemetery episode. Speaking of, one of our patrons, Gil, said just finish off the new episode on cemetery. Let's see. I told you guys to feel free to edit. Oh, this is Gil who recorded our audio thing for us that we played at the end of the cemetery episode. So he was just kind of giving us a shout out and thanking us for playing that and stuff like that. And then we got another feedback from Niles, or Nils, Nils, who's one of our patrons.
Nils.
He said, Nils, yep. He said, Cemetery for me is one of the most eagerly awaited Requiem episodes. First, though, funny that Mark mentions he listens to Vader Last Incantation with his son. He said, I've been listening to that album a lot lately. Killer album, killer live band. My 3-month daughter is not into this yet, but she does like the slower parts of Cannibal Corpse's Scourge of Iron and Wasp Tormentor was big for her when you did the Wasp episode.
Fantastic.
He said, anyways, Cemetery and Evil Shade of Grey was among one of the first death metal CDs I bought at the House of Kicks in Stockholm. Others would have been Where No Life Dwells, Blessed Are the Sick, Human, and Massacre from Beyond. I don't know why I bought it. Maybe because oh, sorry, that got cut off. Oh, maybe because it was played on Headbangers Ball, or maybe it was the cover. None of my friends were really into it, but it became one of my favorites. When Godless Beauty came out, my friends really hated it. They were either into Cannibal, Deicide, or black metal. I played the shit out of it, and By My Hands was monumental to me, my teenage angst anthem, if you will. I didn't buy the next album. I never saw them live, and some years after that, I stopped listening to extreme metal. When I started listening to death metal again a few years ago, and Evil Shade of Grey really stood out. I think I love it even more now. Sort of the opposite of most of my death metal today, trying and succeeding to be different, varied songs and styles, but that comes together as a whole. Lots of flaws and perfect imperfections, unique, question mark, by accident, sound. And he says, I rank this album among the top 3 to 5 Swedish death metal albums. He says the median price on Discogs for the original vinyl is $350 US.
Yeah.
So more people seem to hold this special. He said, there's not super much info to be found on the band, so I really appreciated the show. I can recommend the Incarnation of Morbidity demo re-release on 7-inch. It has a booklet with a semi-long interview. There's also a few lines in Ekeroth's Swedish death metal book, but he disses the awesome album cover, so that upset me a bit. He said, also a bit of fun coincidence. I've been DJing and collecting techno and electronic music for the last 15-ish years. I had no idea Mateus was so into that scene and that he already discovered it while I was crying myself to sleep in my boys' room listening to By My Own Hands. He said, sorry for the long rant. Thank you again. It was my best day at work in a long time listening to the show. So that was a really cool
never
comment.
apologize for a long rant when you listen to a long rant as a podcast.
Yeah, exactly. We did get some feedback about the Bill McClintock episode, which was really cool. Joseph Schaefer said, because we got into a conversation on it, I think you and I did, about the Who and stuff.
Yes.
And he says, something comment. This is Joseph Schaefer from
Colony Drop. Decibel
Colony
Magazine.
Drop and Decibel Magazine. Yep. He said, just wanted to throw some stuff in on the Who conversation at the end of the mashup episode. He goes, I think Tommy is very overrated and bloated, which I think I concurred with you. He
Yeah.
says, Sellout and Quadrophenia are where it's at as far as studio records go. And those are the two I think I told you that are worth listening to. And I agree with what he's about to say, by the way. So this is like good insight. And I can't believe I forgot it. But he says, but my favorite thing of theirs is live at Leeds. He says, if Mark wants to hear Keith Moon's drums at peak berserker mode, that's the record. And that's like the record Mike turned me on to at New Moon. He's like, you got to hear live at Leeds. It's awesome. It's like just pound for pound. So not that you're really looking to go on a Who dive, but if you actually want to alter your opinion slightly, you might kind of dig those. Joseph Schaefer also sent another message and said, the Bill McClintock episode is giving me life. And he capitalized L-I-F-E. He says, I love this shit. Very impressed that you tracked him down. And then another one of our patrons said, I'm looking forward to this episode. I rarely make it through a mashup when friends share metal ones with me, but I've definitely, the only ones I've listened to more than once are Bill's. And then got some comments just about some of the DJ stuff. I don't need to read those. Oh, and then the last comment about the Bill McClintock, I thought was interesting kind of to think about. Joseph Schaefer said, he goes, it's bizarre to me that there aren't 100 new bands that are trying to create this soul metal sound with original songs. He said, it's obviously a great and relatively unexplored idea. He says, the block of tunes with 80s jams and Motown vocals is so fucking solid. If I could sing like David Ruffin, I would do it myself. Someone please do this, but don't be shitty at it and don't use crappy modern production. So I thought that was
That's the problem, is that those bands are too good
yeah, I know.
to do it.
Well,
Like that's it.
yeah.
Nobody can do it.
Well, and I was just ironically at Motown Studios yesterday. I hadn't toured it for, I don't know, maybe since I was a teenager or something. I doubt I really appreciated it back then. And it was cool to see the room in which all the reverberations, and we kind of did some echo tests where you can kind of sing and you can kind of see how the sound bounced off the walls. And you get a sense of just like the intimacy, kind of like Phil Spector with the wall of sound and some of that kind of stuff. But yeah, I just think I think you're right. It's maybe can't happen, but it just seems like it's right out there. It's like rap metal. Like, once you kind of came up with it, you're like, okay, this makes sense why people didn't do this before, but I just don't know why. I don't know. It's
But
very
rap
strange.
metal is I would say ultimately not as
Yeah.
interesting.
I'm not saying I'm just saying the genre mash,
Temptations. Yeah, try to find somebody to do a Temptations cover band.
I know.
And then
I know. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's hitting on it. So Joseph, you got round up some tasty sort of guys that were raised in playing like black gospel music and jazz, and can like fucking bring it together.
Come on,
So
Times New Roman, you got this.
exactly, you got this. Couple new patrons I want to sort of shout out. We got, oh man, I lost them. One,
Norwegians?
a guy named Robin Peterson with
Okay.
two S's. Yeah.
Huh?
He sort of doubled his Patreon stuff and then sent me
Thank
a
you.
message and said, I just want to let you know that upon discovering your podcast this past autumn, I've been completely hooked. You're doing absolute tremendous work, and your approach is very sincere and passionate. He says, also, if I recall correctly, you mentioned the mini documentary about Broderna hard rock in the Niflheim episode. He said the documentary can be found here with the subtitles. So he sent us a link. I'll share it with you.
Oh,
Um,
the Iron Maiden thing?
yeah, but
Yeah.
this is the one that actually has subtitles on it. Apparently, I don't know if maybe when we
The one
recorded that
the one I
Niflheim
watched
episode.
did not have subtitles on
Yeah,
it.
so there you go. So if you want that, I've got it for you, Mark. So,
All right.
and then we got a couple of new patrons too, and I thought I saved their names, and now I can't fucking find them. So I apologize to those people, but there were a couple people. Hang on, I might have taken a screenshot of it. But
Still
yeah, so if
appreciate
you
you.
want to give us some feedback, we greatly appreciate it. You can shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can check us out on Facebook, Jason and Mark. And you can, if you do become a Patreon, which if you believe in what we're doing, you really kind of love the fact that we're just kind of doing this out of the goodness of our hearts and getting these interviews and then putting these episodes together, you can go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com, correct? Is that the website? We don't use it
Yes.
much, but there is a direct link to they'll
there's
take you to
nothing.
Patreon there.
Yes, that's
So
basically the only thing that
I mean,
website's good for at
our
the
old
moment.
episodes are backlogged. If you want to stream them off a computer, you don't like a podcasting app, I don't know. Like you can
Yeah,
check
they're
that
all
out again.
on Spotify right
Yeah,
now,
I mean, yeah, that's true. They're Spotify.
but
They're
for a
on
long
all
time they
Apple
weren't. So
Podcasts.
that's kind of that's what this thing is at the moment. We're trying to figure out what to do with it, but
Yeah. I think if we've talked, although Mark's been slightly busy with a couple books and a 1-year-old, but and
yeah,
building a house.
yeah,
But we've talked about possibly doing another T-shirt run, so we could maybe offer it on the website. But we're kind of
sure.
debating whether like our website's even relevant anymore. Is it something we need, or do we have enough presence in some other kind of places? So it's definitely something we've been debating. I guess. How about this? If any of you actually like go to our website for anything, please let us know, and we'll leave it alone. But unless we really hear a lot of feedback from people, who knows if it's even
I could
worth.
turn it into a parking site too, where it just has
Yeah,
links. So,
yeah, could be that. Could be that too. So
but we'll keep the URL. So,
yeah, yeah, why not? Why not? So, and there should be a pretty good turnaround for this episode since it's a little bit sort of, shorter. So hopefully we'll
yeah,
maybe get something out a little bit sooner with part two because we already got the interviews done and all that. So it won't be hard to put that together. So we do appreciate your patience through the holidays and stuff like that with getting an episode out. But there's, a lot of
but
things going
the
on.
McClintock
Little
was
holiday
pretty
vacation.
long too, right?
What's that?
The McClintock episode
Oh
was
yeah, yeah. You got
6.
plenty. You got lots of
Yeah,
content there. So, and
yeah,
I can tell you this, a lot of people I know who aren't metal people like really dug that episode and gave me like a lot of good
nice.
feedback. They didn't write me a letter to read, but I just like cut through the grapevine. That was cool. Bill really dug it too. So,
Awesome.
he's gonna post that on all his stuff pretty soon. He was just kind of got busy over the holidays. So that hopefully will get us a little bit of maybe exposure too to some people that kind of
Sure.
discover us through that, is what we're kind of hoping. So
Well, and
we
the
do.
amount of content we do per month,
Yeah,
I would say it's probably more than whatever NPR show you're listening to that's a podcast. I
yeah,
think we have more content.
yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
so think about that next time you're going to donate to NPR. Maybe you throw it at the Recommendal Podcast.
I mean, even like $5 a month, something like that. I mean, inflation,
Yeah,
man, $5 doesn't go as far as it used to. So, we do appreciate anything you're throwing at us. And I actually had an idea. I'll probably talk to Mark about it off mic. Something we could maybe do if he and I find time over the next couple months to maybe throw something very quick together for the patrons as like a little gift because it has been a while. And I know a lot of you have said like it doesn't matter. You're just supporting us for the goodness in your hearts, but my plan for the patrons is to get to all the interviews that I've recorded because I did those visually as well as audio. Put the full interview up if you want to watch the actual interviews with,
yeah.
Cemetery and Bill McClintock. And I think I don't know if I put the Max Caballero one up from when we did that. So I've got
I
a
don't think we
backlog
did
of that
because we
stuff.
still have stuff from it we haven't used.
Yeah, so I didn't want to
Right.
like
Yeah.
reveal that stuff until we actually did the episode because and stuff. So,
I could
but
put
yeah.
up the cameo that I did with him too for
Oh, yeah,
wishing
that's
my
right.
son into the world.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely need to reach out to Max because we've talked about doing like another run at a Sepultura episode or something like that
Yeah.
down the road, and talk to him about some Lions playoff action. Maybe when they go to the Super Bowl, I can get Max to do like a Michigan kind of like something, try. So, but yeah, this is always fun, Mark. I know we don't get to see
Absolutely.
each other in person as much as we used to, but I feel
We
like
do a
this
good
is
hour and a half before,
yeah, we bullshit
not
and catch
talking on the
up on
phone,
life
but
and
we
stuff like that.
zoomed
Yeah,
in.
exactly. But yeah, so again, support us, become a Patreon, give us some feedback. Hopefully you enjoyed this like kind of venture into Death Doom Part 1. Thank you again to Albert for helping kind of generate this idea and
Curate.
also
Yes.
curating things and stuff, and also to Chris Dick. You'll hear both of them in Part 2 as well, as we get kind of deeper into the weeds, probably on even more obscure stuff, because I think a lot of people know Beyond Dawn and Third the Mortal, but we're definitely going to go off the range in Part 2, I think, with some stuff. And I'm
Yeah.
always curious, Mark, what things you'll enjoy and discover that I did predict Officium Triste. I was like, Mark's gonna like this, I think.
Yes.
So I'm glad I nailed
I
that.
like to be a curmudgeon about stuff, but I like to always give my reasons too.
Yeah, but I like kind of like when I put, when we do like these obscure, thrash metal geographical episodes and stuff, I'm always like, I'm hoping Mark's gonna like this. Yeah, I kind of like,
Yeah,
I like to make those little predictions and guesses as to like what things will tickle your fancy,
I
so.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. But so we've got a pair of speaking of the band that tickled fancies, Officium Triste with the record Ni Avivum from 1997. We've got Dreams of Sorrow and Lonesome. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I'm Jason.
And I'm Mark.
So we just finished with, and we're starting with the sort of a couple of Dutch bands now. Officium Triste. Um, was there anything identifiable about the sort of scene that was happening in the Netherlands with bands like Celestial Season and The Gathering and things like that? And then, thoughts on like a record like Nivavum. That's a band I really didn't get into until years later. I wasn't into them in the 90s. So I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on the Dutch Death Doom thing that was kind of happening at the time.
I mean, kind of the same as you with that band. Like it really was like they were way under the radar at the time. It really was like it was the Gathering and Celestial Season. That was like that was the 1-2 punch of the Death Doom from the Netherlands. I mean, obviously Asphyx in some
Yes, they
regard.
had doomy elements. Yeah, it's
Oh my,
there,
if you listen,
Yeah.
if you listen back to that first record that got shelved, that damn it, I can't remember the name of it. I'd have to get up again.
Was it the
But
one
like,
that got released years later by
yes,
Relapse or whatever? Or re-released or something like that?
yeah,
Yeah.
it got re-released. It was recorded before the rack and shelved. There is like all kinds of like Gregor McIntosh guitar tones all over it. So I think that there definitely was a scene for that kind of sound over there, but it really was like the super underground bands didn't really make it out. I mean, like, let's be honest, like Celestial Season is still ultimately a pretty obscure band, like in the
Sure.
grand scheme of things. Like for us, we can have this conversation where you say Celestial Season, everybody knows, hey, yeah, of course, man, yeah, Forever Scarlet Passion, Solar Lovers, gotcha, and all the weird stoner rock shit before they got it back together, right? Like we can have
Yeah.
like we can have those conversations, sure, but I don't think that
They're not in the lexicon like The Gathering is,
no,
Yeah.
no. So uh, it's kind of a weird scene, and like you, like I just never caught on with um how do you say it?
Oh boy. Well, you know how bad my pronunciation is.
Yeah.
I would say Officium Triste. It
Yeah.
sounds, Latin or Italian or something like
Where's
that.
where's Chris Dick when you need him?
I know he would definitely correct us. So, yeah,
Yeah.
that was a fun discovery. I mean, that's been one of the fun things about putting this episode together is like I didn't know all these bands necessarily. I mean, I kind of went and delved and did some research. You obviously threw out a good starter selection, and then we just kind of started piecing some other things together. So this is definitely one of those bands that I had heard of maybe, and maybe even heard back in the day, or somebody played it for me, but I didn't. And now I've ordered it. Now I own it. So see,
They're still going too, aren't
that's the
they?
beauty.
Or
Are they? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I feel like we've covered them in decibels. So they've
Okay.
been in the past 20 years, they've definitely done something.
They've been in an issue somewhere. Yeah, unfortunately for this, I didn't really delve too much further past most of these bands' 90s records just for the sake of, keeping
Yeah,
this
some kind of
episode
scope.
contained. Yep, exactly. And you know how we are. We don't contain ourselves very often. So
to weep. Hope you wake up alive tomorrow, surviving again these dreams of sorrow.